Hi, good morning everyone. My name's Andrew Archer, for those that don't know me. I don't think there's many in the room that don't. I'm the Managing Director of Dewberry Redpoint. Welcome to the inaugural meeting of the PS100 group. Before I do my little bit, there's going to be a few changes to the programme. Unfortunately, Judith Buttress isn't very well today, so she is sending someone to do the presentation for her. That may mean we need to move the programme around a little bit, so we'll know that in the next by the coffee break. Just before I start my little bit, I was listening to the radio this morning, and I think it put into context why we're here today. They're interviewing a certain Derek Hatton, the very radical left-wing leader of the Labour Liverpool Council, and he was saying he didn't understand why people were striking yesterday about the rising of the pension age. And the reason he was saying that is he said 1 in 30 people in 20 years' time will live to be over 100. So inevitably, we cannot afford to keep the pension age the same. That doesn't mean people will have less time in retirement because they're going to be living older. They just have a different retirement age and will live to a different point in time. He said what we need to deal with is the fact that people can't work till they're 68, 67, whatever that age will be by the time you retire, because they're not fit enough. So really what we should be talking about is obesity, health and nutrition, and well-being. Those are the things that are important when it comes to pensionable ages. I thought that was a fascinating start to today's discussion. That was literally listening to the radio on the way in, because you wouldn't expect that kind of comment from someone like Derek Hatton, but I think it's absolutely indicative of what we're here to discuss today. So, why are we here? Well, just under a year ago, we were set a challenge by a group of people that we get together every year, which we call the Public Sector Most Influential Group. They're a group of people, many of whom are in the room today, who are the 20 people that a panel have identified as the most important people in the public sector catering industry. They challenged us being me and David Foe, the editor, the group editor at Dewberry Redpoint, to create a platform where the industry could leverage a louder joint voice on key issues, with the idea of supporting individual association objectives, such as the NACC's No One Should Go Hungry campaign. In particular, the subjects of health, nutrition and well-being and sustainability were high on the agenda. After much discussion and deliberation, David and I over a couple of pints of beer, the concept of PS100 was born. The people on the PS100 list are a mixture of industry stakeholders, opinion formers, and political power brokers, which included ministers, MPs, and influential civil servants. Our purpose is to build awareness of these crucial issues and the potential impact that government underfunding and lack of understanding has on our customers, the young, the elderly, the unwell, the misguided, our forces heroes, etc. By misguided, I mean those in prisons. Interestingly, and perhaps not surprisingly, many of the stakeholders and opinion formers are in the room with us today, and thank you for coming. In fact, you're all stakeholders and opinion formers. The political power brokers are not, and indeed showed little interest in coming to this event, even though we put it right on their doorstep, hence being in this building and not somewhere easier to access in the middle of the country. We wanted to put it where the MPs could come. However, we do have Richard Chinchala, who's the Deputy Director of the Obesity Team from the Department of Health, who's very kindly come to give us the government's perspective on this. I think our objective for next year must be to fill this room with MPs and people from the ministries. In truth, we expected this reaction. It is indeed the opinion of many people that Parliament still doesn't understand the obesity time bomb we're sitting on, or the potential long-term cost of the NHS, the impact of poor nutrition on both child and adult behaviour. We as an industry have the duty to try to drive this understanding through actions and communication. We must strive for a cross-party strategy that takes a realistic 20 to 30-year approach to investing in both the education of the nation and, where we can, the feeding of it. We may fail, or at least we may not reach all the objectives we set, But the consensus seems to be that we must try and we will leverage all the media clout we can across the progressive media group, which includes New Statesman magazine, of which Dewberry Redpoint is part, to aid these aims. I'm delighted that we have active support from our supplier partners as well as the people who deliver the end product. Our thanks go to Unilever, Williams Falcon, McCain's, Dr. Urtka and Mars, who are joining us at the start of this journey. We hope to gain greater support for the project as time passes and the profile raises. So what is the agenda for today and what are our objectives? The agenda is designed to predominantly focus on health, nutrition and well-being. The first 4 to 5 speakers will help to set the scene with the experts, in Richard's case, the children's, the suppliers, the contractors, and then Judith, again another expert from the British Nutrition Fund, the nutritionist perspective. We will conclude the session with a debate, which was going to be chaired by Judith, which will now be chaired by David and myself, where the chairs of the industry's leading trade associations will discuss the issues and how they affect their sectors. We will then introduce a short session on the sustainability challenges we will face over the coming years. This is likely to be an area the group will become more active in, and this will act as a way of stimulating the group's thoughts on the matter for further and future discussion. During this session, David Food, the group editor of Public Sector Catering, will compile the health and nutrition debates and presentations into a short session on what he concludes are the key objectives and actions we must focus on over the coming months. These objectives will be mailed around the group for feedback, with links to information on the Cost Sector Catering website and a Facebook group for further debate and discussion. Please take time to participate. We do want all your feedback. We will then carry monthly coverage in Cost Sector Catering to draw in broader support and understanding of what we are aiming to achieve. Right at the end of the day, I will speak to you about the next event of the 4 we intend to run each year. Don't worry, they won't be an all-day programme like this one, and we will try to focus them around other events that most people are trying to attend, like Hotel Olympia and stuff like that. I've already been in discussion with them. Time to get the discussion moving then. Firstly, I'd like to introduce Anne Bull, Deputy Chair. I can't even see her now. I've lost her. No, she's over there. Deputy Chair of LASA. When we first discussed the concept of PS100, the debate always returned to the way we educate and feed our children. And as Alan Tuckwood said at the time, before his retirement from the prison service, LASA's current customers are his of the future, which is kind of scary, but there you go. And he's likely to have less of them if they are properly fed and educated in the importance of a nutritious diet. This year, the government has redistributed the previously ring-fenced school meals grant to the control of the head teacher. An instant impact of this can be seen in Lewisham, where the cost of a school meal has risen by 14% this year, as the head teachers inevitably redirect the spend to areas that they get judged on and away from food subsidies. LASA are undertaking a far more active approach to lobbying the government on these issues, and Anne is going to tell you a little more about this before introducing our second speaker. So, Anne, if you'd like to join me.
Good morning, everybody. As I say, I'm Anne Bull. I'm the Vice Chair of LASA. I have to explain that I'm actually a substitute this morning, so my apologies to those who perhaps were wondering where Linda was. Linda Mitchell is our Chair of LASA, but she had an invitation by the Scottish Government to attend a symposium in Memphis and Washington, and this is going to be attended by many of the USA contributors that are associated with Michelle Obama's initiative around healthy eating in school food. So obviously she's working, but as I say, I'm here instead of her, so I hope everybody will be happy with that. Just a bit of a synopsis about LASA for those who don't know. It's established in 1990. It's the leading professional body representing 750 catering managers in the local authorities, private contractors and individual schools. Our members provide over 80% of the school catering services. At the moment, we've got about 135 local authority members, and then the membership also includes our food manufacturers, suppliers, distributors. And the industry is worth over $1 billion to the UK economy and employs more than about 100,000 workers. Our meal numbers are around about the 3 million meals per day. So I think we have a voice, and we hope we are a voice of the industry. Delivering on the importance of ensuring our children and young people receive a healthy school meal is a huge topic and one which involves a lot of unpacking. When preparing for this, I was struck by the enormity of this subject and how, as an individual working in just one discipline in one small area, I could hope to influence or even feel a part of this with such a complex range of issues, outcomes, services and the agendas, policies and politics with such diverse participants. So I'm going to take a brief look at two main issues: why the health of young people matters to our communities, and what will be the impact of funding changes on the health of children. Also looking at the importance of an integrated approach to healthy neighbourhoods and healthy communities. I have to say, in all of this, I am, of course, speaking as a caterer with a passion and responsibility for a school meal service, and don't claim to be an expert in health or social issues. So why does the health of young people matter to us? The health of every person is important to that individual and their families, but we all have a vested interest in our young people being healthy and happy. The Every Child Matter outcomes have been around a while now and are familiar to all of us, but are still relevant and support all aspects of the health and well-being of our young people, whether it's physical, emotional or economic. The old cliché that our children are our future is of course true, but in these challenging times, when most of the givens are no longer to be relied upon, this will become even more significant. Our population is ageing, and already many of us will be expected to work longer and financially contribute more to our old age and retirement, but inevitably there will also be an ever-increasing burden on our younger generations to be the economic provider for the nation. We will require a new generation of workforce which will contribute to the wealth and success of the country and provide the services and communities required at both a national and local level, and at the same time contributing more to their education and welfare than ever before. Future generations need to be physically, mentally and economically well-grounded and have the skills and knowledge to contribute to their own well-being. That is, by contributing to society and in general and their local communities in particular. Is this a cause for concern? Certainly in the area of food and eating well, as in some quarters it's accepted that there are certainly 2 and in some cases 3 generations of families who do not know how to shop or cook from scratch, essential skills usually passed down through our families. And probably if we all look at ourselves in the room, probably this is how we actually gained a lot of our interest in the food industry ourselves. I can remember making jam tarts out of scraps of pastry left by Mum, and Dad had to eat that jam tart, although it looked grey and it'd been on the floor, the pastry, etc. But I often think, well, perhaps that's where I started in catering. Who knows? To illustrate, in an episode of The Royal Family, Mum asks Denise what 8-year-old David has had for his tea, and eyebrows were raised when she replied, tomatoes, one of his 5 a day, cheese and tomato crisps. An indication perhaps that the messages are getting through but not quite being heeded. And I think the media coverage in the last few days is a case in point. The government on one hand has made a public health a priority and as such bringing in a new approach to obesity as set out in Healthy Lives, Healthy People, a call to action on obesity in England which was published in October. Yet on the other, the decision that academies and free schools do not have to comply to the nutritional regulations has left many of us in the industry astounded. Caterers over the last few years have worked hard in our schools to implement the nutritional standards and regulations, yet the academies are urging caterers to relax rules and put confectionery, crisps and fizzy drinks back in those schools. The Education Secretary, Michael Gove, has said he trusts academies to act in, and I quote, the pupils' best interests. And LACER believes that there needs to be further debate and discussion regarding this issue. We can't have a 2-tier approach and a double standard and allow unhealthy food back in our schools. There's been much research which indicates that physical, mental and emotional well-being in young people will give them the best start to reach their full potential, contributing to better levels of attainment, better prospects and better health outcomes, which in turn lead to greater social inclusion. The cost to all communities of providing ever-increasing healthcare, policing, social interventions and the raft of initiatives designed to tackle physical, mental and health issues and inequalities is unsustainable. So it's all in our interest to invest in our future generations. There are many repercussions of poor health, but just to take one, type 2 diabetes, which is so prevalent, we can start to see the impact. In a Channel 4 documentary, The Hospital, looking at health attitudes of teenagers, Dr. Richard Savine, a diabetic consultant, was asked about the cost of the impact of this on the nation. His reply was stark, and I quote, "Due to increasingly poor diet and a lack of exercise, type 2 diabetes is being picked up in increasingly young patients, so much so that a new diabetic is now diagnosed every 3 minutes in the UK. We are dealing with potentially a ticking time bomb of young people who at middle age will have heart diseases and strokes and need kidney transplants. 10% of the current NHS budget goes on diabetes. By far the largest chunk of that is in treating the complications of diabetes. And 1 in 5 patients in his hospital are there because of diabetes. Engaging children with food and embrace a healthier lifestyle from an early age through a well-funded school meal service could go a long way in reducing unhealthy eating later in life, thereby contributing to a reduction in adult obesity rate and diabetes, and therefore reducing the burden on the NHS. We must be careful not to tar all young people with the same brush, but there are some real concerns for future generations. We constantly hear about having the first generation which may die before their parents, and what value is a generation which could be considered as unfit and unwell. We all have our own ideas or experiences of children and young people, but if the press is to be believed, all young people are illiterate, ill-mannered, uncouth and unemployable. Whilst we all know that is not the case, we do have to ask the question, how confident or comfortable are you that your grandchildren or great-grandchildren will be relying on the Kevins of today to be their doctors, lawyers and teachers? We all have a vested interest after all, as G.C. Watt said in a BMJ report, dying before your time is the ultimate social exclusion. Dying before your time is the ultimate social exclusion. So what will be the impact of funding changes on the health of children? I'm going to look at some of the impact of funding changes on the school meal service over the last couple of years, but the issues and repercussions will apply across many different service areas at some degree or another. Almost immediately after the last election, 2 unwelcome announcements were made concerning school meals. The first was the cancellation of the extension of the pilot schemes to provide free meals in 7 additional local authorities in England. Existing pilot schemes are to continue for a second year and will hopefully be fully evaluated, but obviously that has been not dismissed as having insufficient data to be of value. The second, perhaps most disappointing, was the scrapping of the free meal entitlement extension, which would have brought an additional 500,000 children currently living on or below the poverty line into the system, and that would ensure that they were receiving a good quality meal at school. The government argues that these measures have not taken anything away from anyone, merely done something which was planned. And then many would argue that certainly children affected under the second scheme should already be benefiting from this system, as they are amongst the most vulnerable, being outside the benefit system. These children are the ones that are more likely to be missing breakfast, eating nutritionally poor meals, and possibly not eating a hot meal at home either. The long-term repercussions of a poor diet on children's attainment and behaviour are now well understood, and the impact on the health service and individual prospects is also generally negative, and this is not new news. How times have not changed. Here is a quote from Government Committee report. In England, the biggest funding impact the service faced was the potential loss of reduction in the school lunch grant. This was introduced 3 years ago to assist with the additional cost of healthy, fresh menus and the additional labour and resources needed to deliver food in schools to meet nutritional legislation, and was ring-fenced for this purpose. Schools and their governing bodies now make the decision about how and where to spend it, as it is not ring-fenced, as previously, as the grant has now been removed and from the control of the supplier. And this removal of this allocation has been immense. The government's view on this is, and I quote, "The mainstreaming grant would allow schools to have greater control and discretion over how they allocate funding for school food, allowing schools to be creative in how they invest and fund their school food service. This suggests that the catering professionals have not delivered on this in the past, and that head teachers and governors can be trusted to invest in this service and not divert these funds to other projects. For those in other parts of the UK, the pressures will be similar. We know all too well that not everyone, and I include schools and parents, as well as students, will make the right health choices. Variable price consultation is now complete in England, and I'm given to understand that this will become statute in 2012. I know the consultation is ongoing in Wales on flexible pricing, and papers for consultation have to be delivered by January 2012. So I think there's other parts of the UK moving down that direction as well. There is an expectation that with the aim of assisting the poorer families, local authorities are able to discount school meal prices for families with more than one child in school. Whereas the principle of helping poorer families is not in question, but the practicalities of administering that process and who will pay for it is. We as caterers have spent much time and energy in removing the identification and stigma of the free school meal students, but obviously this will bring it all back. And if all this wasn't enough, we now face what I think is the biggest challenge since either CCT or nutritional standards and regulations, universal credit. For those who don't know much about this, I suggest you Google universal credit and read what's on the websites. But there is a working group looking at this, and I think it's planned to be introduced in October 2013. LASA is represented by Linda on the Universal Credit Stakeholders Group, and we are given to understand that there will be a short consultation period early in 2012 with a pilot plan during the summer. It's a new system based on all benefits being lumped together and paid in one monthly payment into a nominated bank account. It will include a sum for free school meals, which is a benefit in kind. The problem is giving cash to a recipient who doesn't have to spend it on school meals. Families have varying priorities, as we all well know, yet these are the families with children and young people who do rely on the one hot, nutritious meal provided in school. It was clearly demonstrated when you look at the cost and content of one of the most popular offers on the high street. A Greggs meal deal at £2.99 versus a cooked two-course school lunch, and we've averaged the cost across the UK coming in about £1.85. The business case for improving the health of the nation rests on the distinction between prevention and cure. The cost of prevention or reducing the likelihood of occurrence will obviously cost less than treating illness and disorder when they do occur. It's frightening that estimates suggested that by 2050, the cost of obesity-related issues will be using half of the NHS budget, circa around about £50 billion. In 2008, the NHS figures was 16.8% of the boys between age 2 and 15, and 15.2% girls are classed as obese. And that was an increase from the 11.1% and 12.2% respectively in 1995. So how do we tackle this and all the associated areas? By taking an integrated approach to healthy neighbourhoods and the healthy communities. Working within what sometimes feels as a Cinderella service of school food at LASA, we have learned how to seek out partners and agencies with similar interests, learned how to join up on agendas and to demonstrate the value of services being provided together. There are many excellent examples of how the school meal service works hard and hand in hand with partner organisations. Healthy schools teams are to name but one, and we deliver a joint approach to health and well-being of our children and young people in schools. This is an approach which needs to be rolled out much wider through partner agencies and now, more than ever, the voluntary sector, particularly in light of the challenges ahead. I think the take-home message from me, and to wrap this presentation up, is that I think we need to work together as one voice to influence the decision-makers with the challenges ahead that do include the academies and the nutritional guideline status and the universal credit. Thank you. Perhaps now, if I can have great pleasure introducing our next speaker, Richard Chinchala. Richard Chinchala was appointed Deputy Director with responsibility for obesity in the Department of Health for England in March 2010. His role covers the development of policy to tackle obesity and work with a range of partners, including the NHS, business, local government and charities to secure effective delivery. I'm sure you can give a big hand for Richard. Thank you.
Hello everybody. Can you hear me okay? Anne has given us a pretty good introduction to some of the challenges we face around obesity, which will nicely enable me to skim over one or two of my slides. Just by way of introduction, it's always nice to be called an expert, but I think it'll be quite clear to you from the introduction that I don't pretend to be an expert on obesity. I'm not a nutritionist. I'm not a public health expert either. What I do bring is the classic policy advisor role to the subject, and therefore my job is to advise ministers on their approach and to help implement their decisions. And as such, conscious you haven't got you haven't got the Secretary of State for Health here listening to you, but the commitment I can give you is that the things you say to me will inform the advice I give to ministers, and that's a genuine commitment. That is the way policy making works, and that's also why I'm quite keen not to use up too much of my allotted slot talking at you, but would really like us to have a discussion, and I'm interested in hearing from you. What are the things what are the real issues you face? What messages would you like me to take back? And obviously, I've just had a set of those, which is useful, and we can carry on the discussion a bit longer. Just to set the scene more broadly, thinking about the sort of things we've just been hearing, and also thinking about yesterday's autumn statement, the broader situation in this country, I guess there are some very familiar strands here. One of the things that we have as a continuous factor in policy making is, in some areas, a tension between an economic growth agenda and a health and social a social agenda, and we're seeing that played out against the backcloth, obviously, of very difficult public finances, and so some of the issues are more acute than ever. Within that, you have a tension between the investment in people's health for the longer term, the public health agenda, and the immediate acute needs of healthcare and the delivery of health services. And that is being played out as well. If you go within public health, you have a continuous tension between the different areas of public health. Do you invest in smoking cessation, for example, where certainly it is relatively easy to measure the outcome? Someone stops smoking, and that's a fairly definable point. Or do you focus it on tackling obesity, which is, as I think we all know, a more slippery customer? At what point can you declare success? And finally, within that, if you look at the way we approach obesity, you have debates about the role of food and nutrition, and some pretty tricky issues. Around what is it appropriate to say to adults in particular. To what extent is it appropriate to try and push, incentivise, constrain choice, in particular for adults? The issues for children are clearly a bit different, and I'll touch on that as I go on. Those issues have been around for a long time, and they continue to be, I suppose, the tensions and the factors that lie behind the debate and behind policy making. And what I'd like to suggest, and what I hope I'll demonstrate as I talk, is that there is at national level, there is a really clear commitment on the part of our ministers and government to take action in relation to health as well as growth, in relation to public health and the longer term agenda as well as health services, in relation to obesity, and within that in relation to the food environment, which clearly is the world that is of particular interest to you. What I'm really keen to do is to set that out for you briefly, and then have a discussion about what else is there, how does that feel to you, and what is the part you can play in that. So that's the plan. So Anne mentioned the call to action on obesity in England. Before we come to that, Healthy Lives, Healthy People was the public health white paper that the government issued, getting on for a year ago now, and that set out the overall philosophy, the overall approach. So that set out the key framework within which the government seeks to prioritise public health, and these are probably fairly familiar strands. First of all, an obvious point that ultimately a lot of this does come down to individual responsibility is quite a stark way of putting it, but the way I put it is it comes down to the choices you and I make as individuals. However, that is not some sort of abrogation of responsibility. The approach set out is clearly, it is ultimately down to you and me, but alongside that, there is a huge amount that a range of agencies and influencers can do to create an environment which helps you and me make healthier choices, healthier food choices, obviously in this context. And that's why the everybody's business mantra is particularly important. There is a view that in the past there has been a bit of a sense that, government can wave a magic wand over these intractable issues and somehow they will all get better. All you need to do, and we see it, we're carrying on seeing this, for example, a month ago in response to the publication of the call to action on obesity, a sense of, but there isn't the magic bullet there about the legislation which will solve this. We're very disappointed, it's missing. Well, I'll be delighted to hear about a bit of legislation, the Reducing Obesity Act 2012, which we can put in place, which will sort this out. Yes, there is a place for legislation in certain circumstances. However, this is not typically the stuff that can be sorted out through some sort of statutory framework. And that is why there is a sense that actually we haven't yet really brought together and effectively harnessed the full coalition of players who can influence this, which does start with central government, goes through to local government, includes business, includes those in this room, includes charities and NGOs, and that nice term, civil society. But effectively, there is a part for everyone to play in this. Within that, clearly a crucial role for local communities and local governments, and a key change here is the shift of important responsibilities and money for public health, and in particular health improvement, from the NHS into local government from April 2013. I'll come back to that because I think there are some really important things that flow from that and some important opportunities. Rather grand term, non-coercive role for central government where possible. It goes with what I said before, that there is a general preference here for not trying to instruct people about how they change their behaviour, but to persuade them. However, an important where possible, and there is a recognition in the white paper that there are certain groups, vulnerable groups in society, children and young people, where your judgment about where legislation is appropriate and necessary is going to be different than it may be for adults. And finally, a continued recognition that much of the agenda around improving health is correlated with a wider agenda around tackling inequalities, and you then immediately go to a wider agenda around housing, around education, around opportunities, which is partly why I believe that the move of important health responsibilities to local government is so important, is so exciting, because it provides an opportunity to bring those agendas together. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time convincing ourselves of the points here, and they've been set out nicely for us, but there is a continued important advocacy and awareness-raising role, which I think we all recognise, which is to continue making the point that obesity, to put it superficially, is more than a cosmetic issue, but has fundamental consequences for individuals' well-being, for healthcare costs, and for the economy. And even though that is, at one level, that's incredibly familiar, it is a case that collectively we need to continue making. That is why that is the slide that comes pretty much at the top of anything I say as I speak on the subject. It's a slide that ministers and others are very familiar with. Happy to talk about the details later on if you find that useful. And it is absolutely absolutely visible. If you look at the press cuttings which come across my desk, every week there is some report which talks about changes in the causes of healthcare cost growth in the NHS, which is traceable back to obesity. A couple of weeks ago there was something about changes in the range of cancers, and something about esophageal cancer, which is tracked back, where rates have increased over the last few years, and you track that back, and behind that lie increasing rates of overweight and obesity. Clearly type 2 diabetes and so on, more familiar. So there is a huge issue here. Does everyone really understand that? Not quite. Have people realised that we need to take action now? Very difficult, as ever. The costs are often seen as tomorrow's issue. They're pressing priorities, so the advocacy role continues. About a month ago, the government published a call to action on obesity in England. It had a pretty mixed reception, I think is fair to say. I passionately believe that the call to action is a credible, appropriate for these times response to this public health issue. Clearly, there are lots of people who would love to see, and I said earlier, us try and legislate the process away, force people to change. It would be interesting to have a debate about that if you like, but what the document does is it takes those principles set out in the Healthy Lives, Healthy People white paper and applies them to obesity, which I think is an absolutely great case study for the new approach. And first of all, it is an ambitious document. It sets, for the first time, what we're calling national ambitions for addressing overweight and obesity for both children and adults. Significant difference there from the previous government's strategy, which concentrated very much on children. We believe that while preventing obesity in children remains crucial, we cannot downplay the pressing need to help the adult population reduce levels of overweight and obesity at a time when over 60% of that population is overweight or obese. Hence, two ambitions there for children and for adults. It's called a call to action very deliberately. The document sets out what government commits to do, but invites others to play their full part, and sets out what government at central and local level can do and is going to do to harness the input of all those players. And there's a couple of things there about the way we will ensure that that prioritisation of overweight and obesity is reflected in some of the processes being put in place to manage the new system for public health. There's going to be a public health outcomes framework which sets out across the realms of public health the top priorities, the top outcome measures for local government to aim for, once it assumes responsibility for this from April 2013, and although that hasn't been published yet, I think you can be very confident that reducing levels of overweight and obesity in children and adults will be in there. So, elements of the new approach. I've already talked about moving beyond a focus purely on children to what's being called a life course approach, children and adults. I've already talked about the role of a range of partners. And to focus on the last bullet, there is a very clear statement in the document which says that as far as tackling the existing population of overweight and obese people, increasing physical activity is important, but for most of us who are overweight and obese, eating less is key to weight loss, which probably feels like a bit of a basic truism, but you won't believe how much expert debate there was to land that statement. It is a matter of very live debate, and it's a very important statement because for some it's very easy to think that promoting physical activity is going to be the solution. It is part of the solution, but we cannot do this without fundamentally changing the food environment. We cannot do this without helping people make that difficult change in their eating habits. And that's for you and me. So a really important statement there. Well, fine to make a statement. What are we going to do about it? And the document, we try to avoid having great long lists of things to be done, but a few key things. First of all, at the centre, this is about, so much of this is about behaviour change. It's about planting the right behaviours in children and young people. It's about helping adults, helping you and me make difficult changes in difficult areas. And so there is a real role for campaigning, for changing the climate, and there is a commitment to continue funding Change for Life as an important national media vehicle for that, with a real focus on what are the ways that we speak to people which really prompt, this isn't about informing, this isn't about hectoring, it is about taking you and me on a journey and helping us change. That is something which Change for Life has, we believe, done fairly effectively. The evidence is that it's done it effectively, and we will continue to run with that, with a particular focus on food, and I think we'll begin to see that increasingly from the new year. Talked about a rebalance towards a locally driven approach. Say a bit more about that in a moment. Building ongoing activity across a wide range of partners. Come on to that in a second. Again, we will build the evidence base. That's worth pausing on. This is an area where having demonstrable evidence of real impact of policies of investment is difficult, where often the return on investment model isn't as solid as you would like. And that is a particularly big issue at a time when money is tight, and anyone looking to spend public money will rightly ask, show me that this is going to deliver down the track. So we will continue to invest in that. We will continue to invest in initiatives such as the National Obesity Observatory, which supports building the evidence base, and there will be a real evidence and evaluation role for Public Health England, which is a new agency which will drive public health at the centre, again from April 2013. And the evidence-based issue runs right across policy making. There's been quite a lot of debate, you will have noticed recently, about the merits of a fat tax, and interestingly prompted by something the Prime Minister said in the margins of the Conservative Party conference. earlier this autumn, and we have made clear that we are keeping the evidence on that under review. Once again, a tax on unhealthy food, whatever that means, might feel like superficially like a really attractive proposition. There isn't actually the evidence yet that that works, or indeed that that kind of taxation doesn't result in all sorts of unhelpful, unintended consequences. And that is the consensus from academics across the world. So we are looking at that evidence very carefully. But again, if it's important to do that, and it's important to see that very often these things aren't quite as black and white as they are portrayed. Opportunities for local, and I think there is a tremendous opportunity here. There will be health and well-being boards at local level whose job will be to harness all the players locally, including the NHS in the future, across local government, social care, to develop plans and strategies for taking forward public health challenges, for using the money which will flow to local government from April 2013. And the opportunities there: promoting active travel and other physical activity opportunities, ensuring local planning supports a healthier built environment, increasing healthy food choices, working with local business. The point there is first of all, there is going to be a focus for persuasion, for advocacy work there around getting obesity recognised as an issue, making the case that action on obesity will also help with the economic growth agenda that local government already has, will also help with the tackling inequalities agenda that local government has, and a particular opportunity for you with your local contacts to make the case around how diet, how nutrition can really make a difference, presenting that evidence, making those arguments at local level. At national level, again, this has had a fair airing, so I want to say a little bit about the responsibility deal with business. What this isn't is some replacement for proper policy making and taking action across a whole range of areas. What it is a means for us to work with business at a national level to ensure that business plays its full part in action to change the environment, to help you and me make healthier food choices, healthier choices in other areas of health. Industry is in a unique position to influence consumers. And let's jump to the food area, which is of most interest to you. We have already launched a pledge on the provision of calorie information in out-of-home settings, most notably McDonald's and other similar companies who either have or are now putting calorie information on their menu boards. No, that isn't going to solve the obesity problem, but yes, it is a really important part of creating a climate where people are more aware of the health, of the content of what they eat, where calorie awareness increases. And yes, it's important because we're already seeing that as a result of putting that information out, businesses are starting to think about the calorie content of the food they supply and thinking about changing, adjusting portion size, reformulating products to as a consequence. Removal of artificial trans fats, and an important next set of targets around reducing the salt in food. What we're now doing in relation to obesity is some critical work around a major new pledge under which business will make commitments to help us reduce our aggregate calorie consumption as a nation, and we set out an ambition, a figure of 5 billion calories a day for the population. It's a huge number at that level. It is a figure which is informed by an expert view about what sort of average level of calorie consumption reduction should we be aiming at as a nation to help us reduce, get into energy balance and achieve a moderate degree of weight loss. Clearly that will vary from one individual to another, but what we're looking for there is a series of pledges from business around reformulation, about reducing portion sizes, introducing newer low-calorie options, and promoting healthier food. That will come into being probably early next year, and is going to be of, we believe, potentially really big importance in changing that food environment. And there will be further work we do beyond that, which is of relevance around nutritional labelling, around the promotion of food to children. So a real opportunity there. Alongside the food, work with the food industry within the responsibility deal, there are other areas, and a really important strand of work around health at work with initiatives under which businesses and local and public sector organisations can sign up to commitments to help improve the health of their employees. Healthier staff restaurants being a key pledge. So if that's not familiar, I'd really encourage you to look at the relevant bit of the Responsibility Deal website on the Department of Health website and see how that might provide a means to add profile to that agenda to boost its importance. In a way, this starts to take us into what I'd love us to discuss, but it seems to, I've said a little bit about the part government will play. I could say a lot more about my job and our minister's commitment to working across government to bring maximum influence to bear on education ministers, ministers responsible for planning, ministers responsible for sport, to try and drive action on obesity across the range. We'll pick that up in the discussion if you like. You in this room, I think, have a crucial role, and really look forward to hearing what you've got to say. But there is a really big new opportunity at local level for you to start to build influence, to make the case that healthier food options, that action to help people make healthier food choices is a really important part of the delivery of that new local government responsibility, so that the funding flows into those areas. And to pick up one point, I have to say I think it's unlikely that the Secretary of State for Education will suddenly turn around and change his decision not to extend the school food regulations to academies, but that still leaves scope for a range of actions which we're taking at national level around teacher training, around modelling what is the impact of healthy school meals. It leaves a lot of scope for work at local level to bring together the various parties and make the case. So there is that side of it. There is real opportunity for you to continue pushing your suppliers on healthier options, and through the responsibility deal, we will continue to work and challenge the supply chain to offer and incentivise the supply chain to offer healthier options so that there is both a pull and push on that. I think those questions should have been strands running through this presentation, but I'm going to stop now and really interested in your thoughts, your questions, your comments on what I've said, any detail you want which I've missed, and then your views on what can you do locally, what's hindering you, what are the opportunities, what are the issues, the barriers, what will you change as a result of today's conference? Well, maybe that's a nice question, but maybe that's one to leave until the end of the conference. Thank you. I'll stay here. Over to you. Right. Perhaps you could say who you are. That would really help me, where you're from. As well.
I'm Beverly Baker, Head of Commercial Services for Surrey County Council. I provide school meals within the geographical area of Surrey. And I think that what I wonder is about schools seem to be missing from the call to action and the pledge as entities. The academy model gives schools a lot of autonomy. I agree that the government is not going to, it'll be a real challenge to get them to go to impose the standards there. And schools are challenged to, you can already see it as new as they are, that schools are starting to focus on, actually there's an opportunity to make money here. On the push-pull, we can do a lot of pushing, but I think there's a real need to pull. And making schools via the DFE pledge to have a healthy school where that seems to be missing from the pledges, and I wondered what you thought about actually targeting schools specifically.
Fine, thank you. Let's collect up some questions and then we'll respond. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I mean, some of the feeling I get within the industry is that there's some mixed messages coming through. The obesity task force, for instance, was disbanded quite recently, and I think there's a sort of question there about why, when that sort of action is being taken, are you also talking to us about seriously tackling the obesity problem?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay,
I've got one actually. You mentioned that there wasn't much demonstrable evidence to justify the investment in some of these in this area. However, you mentioned a figure of the cost to the NHS of obesity is currently £5.1 billion per annum, and Anne mentioned that within, was it 2050, Anne, or 2000? Yeah, 2050, it'll be 10 times that amount. Can we afford to not take the risk of investing in it?
Fine, very fair challenge. Let's deal with that first, and I'll come back to the specific points. Of course, I agree with that, and that's why we keep going on with those sorts of figures. But there are probably broadly similar figures around the impact of smoking, around the impact of alcohol consumption, around the impact of inadequate levels of physical activity in the population. And they differ in different ways. It's well known. Smoking, if I can put it this way, is a more effective killer than obesity. Obesity probably kills fewer people, but has is more debilitating and reduces quality of life and well-being. So the impact and the cost is different if although equally severe, I would argue. And so we will carry on making those points. The reality, though, is that in the sort of cash-strapped environment we're in, the one question which will always validly be asked is, show me that this investment is going to deliver. I know this is an important area, but faced with a range of important areas, show me that the investment is going to deliver. That's why I think the work that, for example, the School Food Trust has done on building the evidence base for the educational value of school food is so important and so valuable. That's why, at national level, we're continuing to invest in building that evidence base. And to give you one example, there's been quite a lot of debate about the value of cookery schools, which there's a great range of local initiatives, partnerships of one sort or another, some very high profile ones, to help people learn basic cooking and nutritional skills. The evidence that feeds through into health, into reduced levels of overweight and obesity is still limited, and we're funding some evaluation of that to try and build that. I agree. It's not a reason to sit back and not do anything, but the stronger the evidence of impact that we have, that you can collectively generate, the better the prospects of winning those arguments about investment, whether at national level or whether local level or at national level. Schools making pledges is a really interesting thought, and one of the discussions that I've been having in a number of places over the last week or so is shouldn't local authority, shouldn't public sector employers, including schools, including health service organisations, be targeted more through something akin to the responsibility deal? Well, like I say, I think it's a really interesting idea. I'll take that back to the office, because it is something that has already come up, and we need to think about. The vision that ministers had for the responsibility deal initially is very much focused on what more business could do, but maybe it is a bit simplistic to sort of make that separation of business and schools and hospitals, especially at a time when in both education and healthcare, provision is being given an increasing degree of autonomy. And finally, the obesity expert group. You're quite right. These things can send very powerful signals, and I have to say I was quite disappointed at the way the winding up of the obesity expert group was reported, and actually by the comments one or two of the members had made, when it was those members themselves who had had a discussion and agreed that the group should be wound up. And the reason they felt the group should be wound up was because this wasn't some formal independent bit of machinery. It was an informal group brought together specifically with the remit of helping with the delivery of the previous government's obesity strategy. Times have moved on. The members of the group felt, as did we, that we now need different arrangements. And if you flick through the call to action on obesity, that talks about a number of other ways in which we're going to bring a wide range of independent expertise to bear on the actions we take, and indeed have external partners in the room. So we've set that out very clearly, but you cannot, I believe it doesn't make a lot of sense to continue layering one level of expertise onto existing arrangements. So I believe that was a good decision. What I can say to you is that we remain committed to having an evidenced approach. And of course, there'll never be a consensus of expertise on the matter. There wasn't always a consensus within the expert group, but we are committed to continuing to have that expertise brought to bear. Any other questions? I'm really interested in. Yes. Okay. Let's.
Hello.
Neil.
I'm interested in.
Sorry. Oh, we seem to have. Right. Bad. Yeah. Two in one. Ladies first, and then we'll come back to you, Tuesday.
Thank you. I'm particularly interested in the universal credit. If that's going to become part of a family spend, and the evidence is that in the 1930s people weren't very smart in their way of spending, this is really going to impact on school meals. We know that. We know that our generation now will have to support increasing burdens of a growing and ageing population. They'll need to work for longer, so they'll need to be healthier. There'll be a cost impact on the prison sector, I would imagine, because potentially food and good behaviour there is a link. Potentially there's going to be a cost for the police force. So at what point does it become something that we should question as something that perhaps is not a sound decision for the future?
Okay, thank you. And question here at the front.
Neil Porter from LASA and BAM Facilities Management. I sit here and get incredibly frustrated, actually. And I'm, on one hand, I'm really reassured by the messages you put across today to us. On the other hand, I can't see how we can square this, where we've got such an imbalance, potential imbalance, where we haven't got standards in academies and free schools to I'll say, traditional school. You use the synergy of smoking and alcohol and the issues around that. In school, we don't allow smoking, or in the majority case, we don't allow smoking. In school, we don't allow alcohol. In school, where's the rule around food? There is no rule. So we just allow, we faff around with food, and we use the fluffy approach, yet there are no real regulations or standards that we will actually stand by.
One really difficult question there, and one which I can't answer. I think the universal credit point is a really interesting one. I admit that's not something I know about. I will ask people, and I can see the point you're making, but I can't give you any context about why the credit system is being reformed in the way it is, or at least nothing over and above what I'm sure you've picked up from the press and from observing the scene. So I shall take that one away. If this was Parliament, I'd say I'll write to the right honourable member, but I'm not sure I'm quite make that commitment. Your point about school food is if I was a Department for Education official or a minister here before you, I would clearly be talking about the overriding importance of education, about the fact that we need to trust head teachers to take all the wider school environment into account, which includes the provision of healthier food and that the evidence is there. I would agree with you that from a purely health standpoint, it would have been great to have had the school food regulations apply across the piece. But as ever, this is one of the many areas where there are trade-offs which have to be made in government policy, and the decision has been taken as it is. All I would say is that, and in fact, the only thing I can say to you is that we are continuing to work pretty closely with Department for Education officials, and given that the policy has been set out pretty clearly, the question becomes what can we do to really help persuade the heads of academies that it is worth their while to abide by the school food regulations. It is worth their while to continue to invest in good school meals and to maintain that environment where they're a really good choice. And so that does push the onus onto the head teacher training system, the new arrangements being put in place by which successful schools can partner schools which are seen as less successful and help them, and the range of other levers which exist. I can understand your frustration and why you feel that something more hard-edged would have been ideal. But that's the policy. Given these difficult trade-offs which every government has to make, that's where we are. And the assurance I can give you is that we will we will continue to work as hard as we can within that environment to try and maintain the positive momentum that's been built in this area over the last few years. Yes.
Ross Spate, I work for Leicestershire County Council, and I'm also the National Secretary for the National Association of Care Catering. So I come to this not from a school point of view. A few years ago, there was a lot of work done with the previous government on improving nutritional standards. Part of that was about us working together to look at ways to improve nutritional well-being. There were 5 things about that. There was raising awareness, training, regulation, and a lot of work was done around what was the Care Quality Commission, is now the Care Quality Commission, and having an outcome about nutrition, which was supposed to be bringing us in line with what was happening in schools. Of course, that seems to me now that that's being undermined, I suppose, by the stuff that's coming out around academies. We're not going to be able to do anything about that. I'm very, very pleased to hear that there's some consideration being put to training for teachers, because if they are like the rest of us, in that we all eat, we all expect and understand what eating for good health is, and if you actually talk to people, generally that is, the 5 fruit. Everybody's got the 5 fruit and veg idea. But we know as sort of experts in this room that actually a lot of people are still terribly confused about actually what a healthy diet is, and it ends up being skimmed milk and low-fat yoghurt generally. And which, as we all know, particularly with younger people, that isn't the right thing at all. We've just done some work with the Care Quality Commission on a toolkit to enable people who go in and inspect social care providers around the Outcome 5 nutritional well-being, to enable the people who provide that care and inspectors to look for the right things. The only thing I can think that we can do to improve the situation as we go forward with academies is maybe do something similar, so that people who might not have the right understanding and are enabled through training or through that inspection regime to improve matters. Because it's, for us in social care catering, it's not just about the obesity side of things, but it's the flip side, and that's the issues around malnutrition, which is people who are obese are malnourished in the same way. It's just a way of looking at and describing it. So I, in all of these debates about obesity, to finish, I would like to sort of put my little flag up and say, please don't forget malnourishment at the same time, because there's an incredible cost to that as well. And that's in older people, and they end up being the bit that gets lost in all of this.
Thank you. Fair point, and I...
Sorry, I was rather a ramble.
No, that's fine, but I think I said that I want to talk about obesity partly because it's a great case study for the way the new system will work, but yes, accepted there are clearly other aspects to healthy nutrition. Malnutrition is there as an important issue, and I admit it's again something I know relatively little about, but it seems to me that you described two important levers, one being standards for inspection, and if you like, training the trainers, training the inspectors, the other being helping, working with the providers and raising awareness and continuing to plug away at this, which will remain valid and important for the future. Any other questions? Yes.
Hi, Jeanette Ore. I'm co-founder of the Food for Life programme. I'm very concerned with your remark of trade-off. And the reason being, I'm very concerned because are you saying that children's health is a trade-off? head teachers are lawyers, they're accountants, they relate in many situations, and now we're asking them to be health experts. Again, you know, I'm very concerned about that. The nutrient-based standards are here. The guys in this room mainly have been working very, very hard over the last 4 or 5 years to introduce those, to take them, so there is no level playing field. The government are not seeing that there is a level playing field. And I'm, as I say, very disappointed in this trade-off scenario.
Fine. I think there's a simple answer to that, which is every government in every country since time immemorial has made what I've described as trade-offs between competing, in some cases conflicting policy priorities. So I'm simply describing a fact of life. How you make those trade-offs, what you put weight on, is another matter. And I'd like to think that I have described how this government is putting weight and emphasis on public health, within that on obesity, and within that on the helping people make healthier choices agenda, whether that's for adults and children. I think we're probably
just about there.
Out of time.
Yeah.
Can I just say thank you for that? I'm afraid I am going to have to dash off now, but I really value your input. I need that to do my job well. I do take these points seriously. These are incredibly valuable situations. So I hope you found that useful. But thank you for your input.
Thank you, Richard, for coming and facing it up from a government perspective. If it's okay with you, I mean, one of your things here, what will we change as a result of today's conference? If it's okay with you, we'd like to feed back to you over the next few weeks as we compile, you know, what goes on during the rest of today and what you've said. I think there's a lot of very interesting things in there. The thing I suppose that, and I think we'll go on to talk about this perhaps later, particularly in the debate, is this conflict in my mind between the universal credit system and everybody's business. Not everybody can control their own business. Some people are too old and infirm to be able to make those decisions. Some people are too young and don't have the ability to make those decisions. So for me, there is definitely a potential for a huge conflict between giving everybody the choice and actually those that don't have the choice. But I think we'll probably talk about that later. We are running a little bit behind time, not surprisingly, because it was so interesting. If everyone wants to go and grab a coffee, and if we could be back in here in, say, 25 minutes at 11:30, and we'll move on with the programme. Thank you. As I said, we've had to juggle around the agenda a little bit. Just talking to a few people over coffee just now. It's certainly Richard's left us with some people slightly irate, and most of us still none the wiser, really. But I think that's something we'll go on to discuss a bit later. Having got the government's view, we're now going to jump over the experts' view, either from Judith, and we're still hoping that she will send a replacement for this afternoon session, and move on to the contract caterer's view. Claire Morris, Marketing Director for Sodexo UK and Ireland, has had a stellar career from what I could see from your notes, Claire, in the world's leading contract caterers, before settling 4 years ago with Sodexo as the UK Marketing Director. Previously Marketing Director for their Corporate Services Division, her current role includes responsibility for consumer insight and the company's nutrition, health and wellness strategy. Claire is going to give us the contract caterers' perspective on the health, nutrition and wellbeing issue, and what they should be doing, what contract caterers should be doing to support the improved feeding of our customers, particularly in the light of the public health responsibility deal pledges, which Sodexo have signed up to and which we've already sort of touched on a little bit earlier. So please welcome Claire.
Thanks, Andrew. Is it good morning or good afternoon? Still good morning. I had good afternoon written on my notes because I was due to speak at 12 o'clock. So it's thrown me just a touch. Thank you very much for the invitation to present today. I'm delighted to be here, although I did say to Andrew in the coffee break, I did find it slightly disappointing that Richard had to leave us, so he wasn't here to listen to what everybody else this afternoon has to say, but I'm sure we'll get the feedback back to DH after this meeting. I'm going to take the opportunity today to share with you the journey that Sodexo have been on for a while, and the journey that we are continuing to go on in terms of our commitments to sustainability on a grander scale, but particularly to nutrition, health and wellness. One of our key objectives, in fact our key objective, is to improve the quality of daily life of the people that we serve across the 80 countries in which we operate, and particularly the 1 million consumers that we touch in the UK on a daily basis. I'd like to start just by reflecting on the people in these photographs. They represent some of the consumer profiles that we serve on a daily basis in our organisation. And that's in both the public and in the private sector. We're in a situation where our business is approximately 50-50 public and private, and approximately 50-50 FM services and food services. So we are dealing with gyms, we're dealing with people working shifts, security guards, cleaners. We're working in all different sectors of the business. So we do have a fairly broad view of how our consumers are behaving. As I said before, we touch 1 million consumers in the UK. We actually touch 50 million consumers daily on a global basis, and that's through over 33,000 sites in 80 countries. And that's with 391,000 of our employees serving these people worldwide. We have, as you can see here, one of the most diverse consumer bases, and actually now, due to current economic trends, they're one of the most discerning groups of individuals, our consumers. It's fascinating actually, because when I was reflecting on the session today, it struck me that this isn't just about government and organisations such as ours working to drive people to become healthier and more active. But we also have the second largest non-economic consumer trend, i.e. health and wellness, at the hub of all of this. So I guess then we could ask ourselves the question, well, why do we have an obesity issue if people are conscious of health and wellness? And what's really fascinating for me is, because I have two hats within our organisation, I lead our nutrition, health and wellness strategy, but I also look after consumer insight. I see what our consumers are telling us. And in all of our consumer satisfaction surveys, our consumers tell us they want to see healthier options, they want to see balanced choices on the menu, and they want to see the opportunity to be more active. But then when I actually go and look at another area of my responsibility, which is what comes through the till, they're actually not doing it. So where's the disconnect? And today I'm just going to share with you how we're trying to support the consumer and their views, their beliefs, their wants, their needs, by still offering them choice, but helping them along the way in some of the activity that we're doing in line with the responsibility deal to try and drive a healthier and more active population. I think for me, one of the challenges that we face is that we do still have such a diverse population in terms of geography, in terms of knowledge, in terms of people's ability to pay. There is a perception that healthy food is expensive. How do we change that? There's a perception that to be fit, you have to pay £50 a month to be a member of a gym. How do we change that? There's lots of things to think about what we can do to drive this forward. And the way in which we try to support it is through our Better Tomorrow plan. Since our organisation was founded in 1966, our mission has been twofold. The first is to improve the quality of life of the people we serve every day, as I said before. And the second is to contribute to the economic, social and environmental development of the communities, regions and countries in which we operate. In 2009, in order for us to take our credentials to the next level, we developed the Better Tomorrow plan that you can see here. This is our sustainability roadmap, and it's a journey for us with key milestones next year in 2012 in 2015 and in 2020. And it's built upon the solid base of initiatives that we're already running in many of our countries. And the key focus here I'm going to look at today are the three priorities. Clearly, nutrition, health and wellness being the topic of conversation today, so I'm going to focus on that. But the second is committing to our local communities, and the third is about protecting the environment. We are fully engaged and committed to perform on behalf of our clients and our consumers and our employees, as well as the organisations that we work with, as a responsible company. So the launch of the responsibility deal actually gave us the opportunity to further underpin the work that we're doing as a benefit to this. We've actually made some fantastic progress. In 2011, our long-term commitment and the continuity of our sustainability efforts have resulted in our position as the global sustainability leader by the Dow Jones Sustainability Index, as you can see up here, in our industry sector, which is restaurants, hotels, bars and recreational services. And that's for the 7th year running. Slightly closer to home, business in the community. In June 2011, we received the best performing company in our sector in the BITC Corporate Responsibility Index in the UK. And we achieved the 2011 gold status for the UK's leading voluntary benchmark for responsible business practice. So now I'm going to share with you just in a little bit more detail the three commitments we've made within our business to the Better Tomorrow plan, which will then lead me on to how we're dealing with this in terms of the responsibility deal. So, the first is around health and wellness solutions. And we know that the relationship between diet, physical exercise and activity is absolutely paramount. I fundamentally think that if we do not focus on calories in and calories out, we're going to have an even bigger problem than we've got now. So just by reducing people's calories by 100 a day is not going to make a difference. Because what will happen is people will say, oh, I'll just skip breakfast. Is that healthy? No. So we've got to think of a way of really driving people's awareness and their knowledge so that they understand what calorie reduction means and how they can offset that with physical exercise. We focus on this area for three particular audiences. Firstly, for our clients, so in the public sector, which include the MOD, local education authority schools, NHS hospitals, and a number of private sector clients. We're trying to help reduce absenteeism and increase productivity. We know, for example, that a person who is a member of a gym takes 2.2 days less sick per year than somebody who isn't. That's the knock-on effect. We also know that the cost to an organisation of absence per day per employee is £595 on average. When you start to multiply that up by the 18 million sick days in the UK, which is a statistic from the National Audit Office, it starts to become quite a frightening number. So from our point of view, it's really about supporting our clients in order for them to have a more engaged, active and productive workforce. In terms of our consumers, we've actually done a huge amount of work. Calorie labelling, I'll come on to talk about that as part of the responsibility deal shortly. Within our HealthWise philosophy, which is our nutrition, wellbeing and lifestyle philosophy, we have a number of initiatives running for our consumers. We publish brochures, we publish leaflets, we have a website which is available to both the external and our internal employees. And we have a number of different areas within product information that we display to our consumers. And then lastly, but absolutely by no means least, are our own employees. This year we actually started our own corporate wellness strategy for Sodexo employees. It was felt that we were doing a huge amount of work for our consumers and our client base, but forgetting our own employees. So we've transformed that this year. We've actually been doing a little bit of work for a couple of years. We've had an employee newsletter called Nutrition for You that Wan, my head of nutrition and dietetics, who's here today, she's one of the thought leaders in our organisation from a dietetic point of view, and we focus very heavily on communicating to our employees in the organisation. We also run a number of wellness days for our employees. So at our regional offices and at some of our units, we give people the opportunity to come and have health checks so they can understand their own statistics, and then they can put an action plan in place themselves. It's fascinating for us because we started this in 2010 and then ran it again this year, so we could see the movement in people's attitudes and behaviours over the course of a year. One of the other things we did for our employees, for those who really showed an interest in health and nutrition, Wan took them through an NVQ in nutrition. So we have 18 champions in our business who have an NVQ in nutrition. So not only do they have that for their own personal development, they're also then able to spread the message around health and wellness for the organisation, both across our employee base and with our clients and consumers. An example of a really good piece of work that they delivered was the Life's Better Balanced board game, which was targeted at schools. And it was a board game that we developed for children, just for them to start to understand a little bit more about their diet, about exercise, and about healthier living. Moving on then to our second commitment, varied and balanced food options, which is fairly self-explanatory. But this, for us, is about making sure that we offer the right variety and the right choice in the units in which we operate, in both the public and private sector, that we encourage daily consumption of fruit and veg, for example, encouraging high fibre products, offering a wide choice of protein, calcium-rich foods, lots of liquid, water, particularly making water available. Our HealthWise philosophy is fully embedded here as well. We send 10 core principles out to our business, and we expect them to deliver that in each of our sites. And we also do a lot of work behind the scenes as well on formulation of recipes, working through our menus, identifying which menus should be in which of our units at any one time. And this just doesn't extend in England. Because we look after the UK and Ireland, we work very closely with the Healthy Living Award in Scotland and also the Happy Heart in Ireland. All of our sites are accredited in Scotland for the Healthy Living Award. We've got several accredited for the Happy Heart in Ireland. And then finally, our third commitment on salt, fat and sugar reduction. The key elements here around looking at limiting the energy intake from total fat, limiting the intake of free sugar, and limiting the consumption of salt. And we've done this in two ways. We've done a huge amount of work with our vendors, our supplier partners, and started to work with them on products, moving products around, reformulation of products. And we've also done a huge amount of work within our own recipes, so switching a lot of our products. So, for example, we only use rapeseed and olive oil. We only use unsalted butter or margarine. We use reduced fat, salt, sugar products, so reduced sugar and salt baked beans, for example. So for us, it's about step-by-step changes behind the scenes as well, which help to promote a healthier lifestyle. And then we work at unit level with our sites. So this is really about training them, getting them to really understand what it is that we're trying to do. Wan and her team run training courses for our buyers, our chefs, and our site level management to make sure that they really understand the communication that we want to give to our end users. Richard touched on the responsibility deal in his presentation, so now I'm just going to share with you the commitments that we made as pledges as an organisation and our progress on those towards the reporting that's about to come out mid-term in December, and then obviously for April of next year. As you'll be aware, this was launched on the 15th of March, and for us, we carefully considered We obviously signed up to the core commitments, but we carefully considered, of the 19 pledges that were available to sign up to, which ones we should choose to sign up to. We wanted something that was going to be appropriate to our employees, our consumers, and our clients. And we wanted to make sure that we could underpin what we were doing with work within our Better Tomorrow plan as well, plus push the boundaries a little bit on some new activity. So I'm just going to share with you now the commitments that we made and how we're progressing with those. So the first commitment we made was on calorie labelling. So from the 1st of September, we committed to being able to provide calorie information in an out-of-home setting to our consumers. Here you can see our HealthWise brochure. This document is our client-facing collateral that we use when we're informing clients of the different activity that we can do for their employees at site level. And this is very much the linchpin and the conduit for people understanding what it is that we're trying to achieve. And on the left over here you can see an example of one of our offers, the Chef Works. This is an offer that's targeted actually to a manufacturing environment, and this is what our calorie labelling looks like at site level. We actually started this journey on calorie labelling a fairly long time ago because we were one of the pilot sites in the FSA trial, and we worked very closely with Airbus, one of our clients, with Unilever, another one of our clients, and also with the MOD at some of our defence business at Combermere Barracks in Windsor and in central London, where we trialled calorie labelling at point of choice for the consumer. And it really was an interesting experience for us because in our business and industry environments, we found that we didn't really see any change at all in what was coming through the till. Although the one thing that consumers were saying was, actually, I found it really, really helpful to understand what the calories were for this particular dish, so then in my mind, I know what I've got left in the bank for later. So that was the key outcome for us on that. The squaddies were a slightly different matter. Bearing in mind that we calorie labelled our cafe bar, which essentially sells sandwiches, burgers, fast food to a degree. It does have a healthier range as well. But for them, they were less concerned about the calories because for them, they're exercising a lot on a daily basis. So they have to take that into account. So for them, 500, 600, 700 calories wasn't an issue. But actually, they wanted to understand more of the makeup of the product. So how much fiber's in it, how much protein, how much fat. So for them, actually, they wanted the information, but in a slightly different way. So we've started to take some of that feedback into account as we work further into this programme. We're obviously working very closely with the School Food Trust. Nutrient-based standards for us have been in place now since they were introduced, and we've always been fully compliant to that. That's not without its challenges. It takes a huge amount of resource to get to that point. Albeit for us it means that we know that children are having a degree of control within their diet. So we're not actually going to be calorie labelling in schools because obviously we have the nutrient-based standards. So this is predominantly for other parts of our business. And clearly we wouldn't do it for patients either in a hospital environment. Absolutely critical to all of this though, as I said earlier, is the calories in and calories out element. And that's something I'd really, really want to reiterate because it is very, very important to me personally, but actually to us as an organisation. The second pledge that we signed up to was around salt reduction. And again, this is something that we tackle twofold, as I mentioned earlier. So for us, we are very heavily reliant on the supplier partners that we work with in order to deliver this pledge. Because if we're buying in products that they've manufactured, we are relying on the salt content that the product comes into us at in order to report on it. From our point of view, we've made a number of step changes internally. So for example, we don't add salt now to our recipes, we add spice or flavouring instead. We don't add salt to water when we're cooking vegetables. And we don't routinely put salt cellars on tables. We leave them on the side where the cutlery is in an outlet, so that if a consumer wants to choose to add salt, that's their choice, but we don't make that choice for them. One of the things that you'll see here on the right-hand side, this is our academic brochure. This is what gets sent to every single site manager in our business. And it gives them all of the information that they need to know around communicating with our consumers and their knowledge around salt and anything else related to health and wellness. And you'll see on the left-hand side here a leaflet, and this is what we would produce on lots of different food groups for our consumers to make sure that they have a level of awareness as well. So moving then away from food to physical activity in the workplace. We pledge to increase physical activity in the workplace, for our client sites, absolutely, but also predominantly for our own employees. So in terms of our client sites, we do this through the gym offer that we have available, which is called HealthWorks. So we run gyms in client sites for many of our clients that we operate. And for us, it's about supporting them with the link then back to the staff restaurant on healthier eating. So we really can drive a benefit between exercise and the food intake. But then in addition to that, as I said earlier, within our corporate wellness programme that we've introduced this year, we focus really heavily on our own employees and how we drive more physical activity in our own workplace. So we have HealthWise champions in all of our offices, in all of our regional offices, and these are just two examples of some of the activity that we're running. So Zumba classes in Stevenage, and we have a weekly walk and a weekly jogging club actually in our offices in Southampton Row here in Holborn. And one of the other things that's quite interesting for me is that we moved our head office from Edgware Road to Holborn about 3 or 4 months ago. And the increase that we've seen in people now walking or cycling using Boris bikes or cycling themselves or walking from the main stations such as St Pancras, King's Cross, Waterloo, we've really seen an increase in that. So actually the location of our office, not necessarily by choice, more through luck, but actually has increased the physical activity of our workforce at HQ. And we're encouraging this in our other offices across the country. One of the other elements for us around workplace, and this was an initiative that we launched in partnership with Matt Dawson, who works for us, he's our health and wellness ambassador, was a series of exercises for the security guards that work for us. They have very sedentary jobs. They often work shifts, so they often eat poorly, don't exercise, and spend a lot of time sitting down. So we developed a series of exercises for them using a band, but also a series of exercises just using something as simple as the chair in their office. And we issued that to all of them at a conference, and you wouldn't believe the positive impact that that had on those employees that work for us, and actually the positive impact that it had on the client organisations where they're working. So for us, this is about small steps and really raising the awareness and agreeing to certain activities on a step-by-step basis. And finally, for us, one of the other things we've introduced this year is the benefit of Gym Flex. So within our organisation, all of our employees have the opportunity to go through their gym membership with their flexible benefits package. So a really positive outcome for the employees of Sodexo. And then finally, the last section in which we had 3 pledges that we signed up to, which is health at work. Firstly, occupational health. Again, within our corporate wellness strategy, we are doing a fundamental review of our occupational health, and that's work in progress at the moment. And we will be fully in line with that pledge on a go-forward basis. Secondly, in terms of reporting our annual absence and sickness rates on our websites and in our reports, we do that currently. You'll see here our CC report for 2011. That actually announced that in financial year 10 for us, our calendar days lost to sickness absence was 4.3%. So for us, that's a target now to reduce that. And then the last element, clearly for us, is around staff restaurants and the Healthier Staff Restaurants pledge. So we're obviously applying everything that we're doing in our client sites into our own staff restaurants. So we have calorie labelling at our office here in London, and we also have a number of campaigns. This is one that we did with Matt earlier in the year, Be Part of It, that we did in our own restaurants, and we did this in all of our client sites. So any of our clients, Unilever being a prime example where we operate, we launched this programme along with the calorie labelling, nutritional reporting, and so we're actually helping them to drive their Healthier Staff Restaurants pledge as well. So in terms of next steps for us, a number of things. We are focusing quite heavily on, at the moment, on our reporting templates for December. And then we're going to have a strategic review in January of the pledges that we've signed up to, how they're going, what others we want to sign up to in readiness for the reporting at the end of April 2012. And for us, it's about really making sure that we continually underpin the work that we're doing with the responsibility deal in our Better Tomorrow plan in order to drive our sustainability roadmap forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claire. Does
Pleasure.
anyone have any questions on the floor? I've got one. Richard earlier said to us that he felt there wasn't enough evidence, or one of the things that they talk about is enough evidence. Sounds to me like you are beginning to compile a lot of evidence.
Yes,
Will this be shared?
Well, we will share the evidence that we have, that we make available through our CC report, because as part of the Better Tomorrow plan, we've committed to reporting on the activities within health and wellness.
Yeah.
So certainly from our point of view on those commitments, the responsibility deal slots in quite naturally. So from our point of view, we will naturally report on the activity that we're doing. So absolutely, because for us it's important.
I mean, it would be interesting, I think, to have a platform that if it can be agreed across all areas of the industry, that we start to measure things in a similar way. So we start to be able to create this evidence, which supposedly isn't there. I think everyone knows it is there, but no one seems to be able to quantify it. So maybe there's some learnings out of what you're doing that we can take into areas of the public sector and start to measure it that way.
Yeah.
David?
Yeah, I had a quick question.
Sure.
You talked about getting the evidence from your own of your own staff.
Yes.
Are you collecting evidence from the client sites as well on how your healthy eating initiatives are perhaps helping to reduce absenteeism there?
We are working with some of our clients, absolutely. The health and wellness days that I mentioned earlier, we run those in our client sites as well, as an added value initiative for our clients. And so where we're running those year on year, we're able to measure and report back, clearly anonymously, to our clients the progress that they're making or not, as the case may be. In terms of how we measure the activity that we're then doing in the staff restaurant, the best way for us to measure that really is through the till. So we can see what people are buying. So we are able to start to trend that data. But as I said earlier, as yet we've not seen a huge amount of evidence of that. People aren't moving from chips to salad. They're just not. So there's a bit of work to do.
Any other questions? Oh, at the back. Owen, at the back.
Yes, lovely presentation. Thanks for that. I actually just wanted to just to explore what, if the evidence is that we're not moving from chips to lettuce or the other way around, if you like, what initiatives that you may have and on how you can address that.
Yeah, we've already addressed it in a few ways ourselves in terms of the products behind the scenes, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of moving from higher fat to lower fat products, saturated fat to monounsaturated fat, those sorts of things, reducing salt. So we are doing it step by step behind the scenes as well. We are looking at portion size. We have actually reduced our standard specification on, for example, a portion of chips this year. We did that and did that in our recipe system, and then it just flowed through into the business. So without a huge amount of rocking the boat, we've started to do it step by step. And I think for us it's about monitoring that. And, I think it's very, very difficult because as a consumer, and I'm guilty of this myself, I eat a reasonably healthy diet. But if I want fish and chips on a Friday, I'll have fish and chips, and there's nothing wrong with that, That's okay, provided I'm eating it as part of a balanced diet and I'm exercising. So it is about getting the messages right about balance with this whole thing. It's not just about cutting out all the bad stuff.
Hi, I was just wondering, the current government view is to nudge people as opposed to tell them what to do. And it seems like that's the way that this is going, with a sort of quite a healthy nudge, definitely, in a lot of areas. I wondered if you've come up with any negative responses at all from either clients or customers or, internal employees in terms of don't tell us what to do, or if it hasn't been the case at all.
It's a really, really good question. And actually, no, we haven't. I can't think of any situations when, I don't know, but I can't think of any situations where we've had that as a challenge. It's interesting, actually, because quite often our clients are very, very vocal about what they want, and we actually then have to say to them, hang on a minute, it's your employees that are making the choice, not you. So we do have to strike the balance between the two. But no, we haven't had anybody say, oh, you shouldn't be doing that. A lot of the activity, the physical activity at work, for example, that we've been doing internally has been really, really well received. There's a good group of people now that go off for their lunchtime walk on a Wednesday, and they, it's an opportunity for people just to take a break from their desk.
Question at the front, Laura?
I'm not entirely sure I need one of these, but anyway.
Ross Beck from the NACC again. You've talked an awful lot, Claire, and it's been really interesting about what you've done in sort of parts of the industry where you're doing staff restaurants and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, from my point of view, Sodexo does an awful lot of meals for the community meal service.
Mm-hmm.
And I do worry about... as a general trend, taking out salt and fats and stuff, when in actual fact an awful lot of our clients actually need more nutrients and heavier meals in smaller proportions potentially, because they're malnourished rather than obese. So it's actually I'm only just advocating that when we're talking about balance, it's actually balance in a very, very much wider sense.
Yes.
And certainly in some of my residential homes, I have elderly people and in the meal service complaining regularly, there's not enough salt, it tastes horrible. Because that's what people have been used to. Sorry. I'd hazard a guess that colleagues in hospital caterers would probably echo that in certain places as well, because what we want is people to eat.
Yes.
And if there is a bit too much salt in it, if actually people do eat it in the end, that's what we want them to do in those circumstances.
Yeah, and it's a really good point, and I go back to the point I made earlier about within schools and hospitals, and which you could extend to care homes. Absolutely, we do have slightly different rules. That's why we employ dietitians, because they are qualified for health to really understand what it is that, whether you are malnourished, obese, sick, a child, whichever. So, we have absolute control across both Juan's team and our team at Tulare Valley, who are our manufacturing arm that supply a huge amount of the healthcare sector. That's why we employ the dietitians, to make sure that we have that in place, absolutely. And one of the other things that we do is we have a diet manual. So we actually give a physical manual. It's about this thick. It took us months to write, and a lot of pain. And we actually give that to every single one of our managers and account managers that operate in that sector, so they understand what people need for their particular needs, when they need it and why they need it. So I absolutely concur. We do make sure that we take that into account. Absolutely.
I've got one final question
Sure.
for you, because the responsibility deal has obviously been a big thing for this new government.
Mm-hmm.
Now you are involved, how supportive have they been, and how interested are they in the actual outcomes? Because you've obviously invested a lot of money into this as a business, and I'm just interested to know whether they really, once they've got you hook, line and sinker, whether they just move on, or whether they're actually really interested in the impact of it.
They are interested in the impact. They're clearly trying to get around a huge amount. I think it's 330 different organisations that have signed up to various pledges. So they're trying to get around all of those. We clearly have a fairly large voice because of our size, and we also happen to sit on a number of the networks, which is great for us because we hear information firsthand and we're able to actually help drive the agenda as well. So from our point of view, that works well for us. We do get frustrated, don't get me wrong, sometimes, don't we all? And as I said, it's a shame that Richard's not been able to stay to hear what people have to say today. But from our point of view, we were doing it anyway. For us, the Better Tomorrow plan was something that, you know, we've had health and wellness in our DNA for so long. The launch of the Better Tomorrow plan in 2009 for us kick-started our health and wellness activity over and again. And so the responsibility deal for us is something that's coming in that's just helping to support that ongoing activity that we're doing. So for us, it's business as usual. We do resource nutrition and dietetics because it's important to us as an organisation, and with the different types of consumers, as you saw on my first slide, for us, we have to take it seriously, and we have to make sure that we are doing the right thing. So it's an ongoing communication dialogue with DH, really.
Claire, any other questions before we move on? No? Thank you.
Okay.
I think there it's clear that where there's sufficient funding and support, and you've got a good business behind you, things can be done. I'm afraid some of us in this room don't have that support and all the funding. So, one of the things that Claire did mention is the importance of the supplier in supporting what she does. And you know, we've got a number of suppliers here who are supporting us today because they are heavily involved in what we do. We've asked one of them, who was the first to sign up to PS100, to talk to us today. James Allred has responsibility at Unilever for their approach to working with the public sector, so I'm sure most of you are familiar with him. In September, Unilever was named the sustainability leader in the food producers sector in the Dow Jones Sustainability Indexes.
I was going to have to talk about that.
Okay, I should have left that to you, shouldn't I? And health and nutrition is a key goal in its sustainability living plan. They, as in Unilever and James, are ideally placed to talk to us about what the supply chain can do to support the excellent work done by the industry in delivering nutritionally balanced meals to the customer. They are also very supportive of PS100 and our attempts to raise awareness of the future risks of underinvestment in public sector catering. So please welcome James, and thank Claire at the same time. Sorry.
Started in now, everyone. And I had the choice between, well, previously I was going to be after lunch. Now I've got the before lunch session. I'm trying to work out which is best. You tell me. Hopefully not too many questions at the end as you try and get off for lunch. So I think firstly I'd just like to, I suppose, thank Andrew and Joe and the team at Dewberry for organising the PS100 event. Maybe a little round of applause for Andrew and Joe and the team. Well, that's really first clap for a while, isn't it? I really think that forums like this, where we get together and share kind of best practices and learnings, are so crucial at a time like this when the world's moving at such a rapid pace, shall we say. In terms of my session now, I suppose from an outline, it's firstly, I suppose, who Unilever are, and Unilever Food Solutions as part of that. And like Claire talked about Sodexo, actually our sustainability journey and where nutrition fits in with that. Also, how we've signed up to responsibility deals, this responsibility deal, put that out, and the pledges that we've signed up to. And then in practice, how we're trying to influence what we've signed up to within the food service market in the UK. So I think my challenge to you as an audience is probably to think, I suppose listen to what I'm saying, that'd be a start, and then to reflect, are there any things that we as a manufacturer can help you with? So who is Unilever? I'll probably be guessing over the last 3 or 4 years your awareness of Unilever has improved. As I step outside the light. And that's from probably one factor, and that's probably because there's a little U sign of a lot of adverts, or of all adverts that you'll see on television in magazines. So brands such as Dove, Persil, Comfort, PG Tips, Wolds Ice Cream, they're kind of massive power brands which are part of the Unilever family. Within the food solution, so the orange Unilever, this is our food service division. And we're exclusively focused at the catering market, whether that be public sector like yourselves, through to hotels and pubs. And we have chefmanship. We pride ourselves with chefmanship at the key and the heart of doing that. So brands that you'll probably be aware of, and hopefully in some of your store cupboards, are Knorr, Flora, Hellmann's, PG Tips, as well as some of the more iconic brands such as Coleman's and Marmite and Stork. So really nice brands to work with. What this does do, though, is it creates a responsibility for Unilever as a business. Unilever, just to put it in context, yes, it is one of the world's largest suppliers of consumer products, and 2 billion times a day someone somewhere is using a Unilever product. And it seems like we've got the top of the Dow Index Sustainability Leagues here with Sodexo in their sector. We're also top of our sector, and it has been 13 years that we've been at the top of that sector. And against an average score of 40% of the sector, we've hit 80%, which is a big achievement for us. But it's one of those things that we want to strive to do better every year. So business growth, business and organisational growth, put them together, is absolutely critical, especially in these kind of key testing times, which actually over the last couple of days have probably exacerbated themselves even further. However, business growth at any cost is simply not practical anymore. The old model is the old model is broken. If we look at kind of the WWF and statistics of those shown to us, is if us in the UK consumed, if the world, sorry, I'll swap that the other way around. If the world consumes as we are in the UK, we would need 3 planets to sustain us. We only have 1. Furthermore, of Unilever's largest markets, half of them are suffering from water scarcity. Well, they will be suffering from water scarcity now, but even further by 2020. And this will affect 3 billion people. So what this tells us is that that business as usual is no longer possible, and we've got some other manufacturers in the audience, and they'll kind of back me up hopefully, and say that developing new ways of business is absolutely fundamental. You can't choose between growth and sustainability. You really need to deliver both. Get the water in. So sustainability at Unilever has always been at the heart of our business, and I know Claire was just talking about it with Sodexo. It's been very tempting for organisations to jump on the CSR bandwagon, and CSR suddenly became a bit of a buzzword 3 or 4 years ago. But it's something really endemic within our DNA. To back this up, Unilever's strategy is threefold. It's firstly to double our business growth, secondly to reduce our environmental footprint by half, and thirdly to increase our social impact. There's 3 key goals. To back this up, and I've left a few of these out in the eating area, we launched what was called the Unilever Sustainable Living Plan, which we launched last year. this was kind of an ambitious 10-year programme based around 3 key goals and backed up by 50 quantified time-bound commitments. These goals were firstly to reduce our environmental impact by half, as I've said. Secondly, to source 100% of our raw materials sustainably, which when you consider Unilever is one of the biggest procurers of palm oil in the world, that's a big commitment. And thirdly, and most importantly, and where it fits in with today's discussion, is to help 1 billion people to improve their lives and their well-being. So this is obviously a challenging goal, but one we're absolutely 100% committed to, and it's important to work with with yourselves to help achieve these goals. And as I said, it's not simply just a tick in the CSR box or just a periphery add-on to the business plan. It's actually our business plan, which is kind of a key point, and we try and live this through our people and brands. And we don't claim to have all the answers, but by living this through our kind of attitudes, behaviours, we certainly made a start, and we like to kind of, as we work with you, by helping us, we can help you at the same time. So how in the UK are we trying to do our bit with regard to, or the UK food service, should we say, trying to do our bit with regard to helping 1 billion people to improve their health and well-being? Just a few statistics, and we've seen quite a few today. Calorific uptake out of home makes up a huge proportion. You look at females and males, it contributes a fifth of females' calorific intake and a quarter of the average male's intake when eating out of home. So just my notes. Sorry, that's my way. From a and then in terms of top-line facts, cardiovascular disease, and I think this came through quite clearly previously. I had to Google this again last night just to check out with the British Heart Foundation. This was true, that 1 in 3 deaths in the UK is caused by cardiovascular disease, which is a huge proportion. And then over and above that, we, as discussed, a quarter of the nation is classified as obese. Now, if you looked at that from a kind of a standing position, you'd be thinking, go on, are we starting from a standing start? And I kind of look around the room and all the discussions that we've spoken about earlier, and I think about Ros, when you were talking about actually people are aware of skimmed milk and low-fat yoghurt. And you landed that message very well, and it wasn't waffle.
Thank you, Joe. I'll pay you later.
And I think I'll take myself as an individual and take myself, and hopefully most of you should be able to come back with me, go back 20, 25 years. Most of you should be. And I think about the kind of my Sunday lunch at home. And one thing hasn't changed is that my mum will do most of the preparation and Dad will do the carving. But I just remember my dad, and I don't know if you can relate this back to back about 20, 25 years ago, was Dad just, and salt, and a bit more. And it literally feels like maybe a minute to 1 or 2 minutes of him not even tasting the dish, but just seasoning it with loads and loads of salt. Not to mention the potatoes, which were probably made in lard, baked with lard, and the gravy, which is full of MSG. So, and I think if my father went back, and he has changed, not from the cooking front, but from the eating front, if we just take him back 25 years, I really don't think, I was speaking to Jeff very briefly earlier, I really don't think his palate could cope, and I know if you take yourself and you have a salty dish, you really would notice, and potentially 20 years ago you wouldn't have done. So I think there is an awareness out there, and it's really about the momentum. And again, I see people out here, and I think about the Soil Association and Food for Life and Sustain, where there is awareness out there to how we leverage this further. One thing that's difficult for the food service industry compared to retail, and yourselves as consumers when you go out and do your shopping, is that you've got widespread nutrition information when you buy your products. You talk to brand managers, and the idea of trying to get as much information on that tin of beans, for example, without losing your brand equity was deemed impossible. Actually, when you look at the tin of beans, you have got a lot of information on there, but they've managed to do it. Our challenge is within food service, the fact that obviously chefs like to work with a great variety of raw ingredients. I think chefs, and to be able to create that nutritional information is really quite tough. At Unilever, we commissioned a World Menu Report earlier in the year. This was a big global survey about consumers' attitudes when eating out of home. What came through was there was an overwhelming need for consumers to kind of understand more about their food, whether it be where the meat was sourced from, how the food was cooked, and its nutritional information. And across the food service industry, there is a greater need for transparency in what consumers are eating, and there was certainly a gap between what caterers thought their consumers wanted and what consumers did actually want to see. And it's simple steps, and it's more probably nudging the caterer more than any widespread change. So as I said, the key thing is that, I know it's probably more of a personal opinion, is that we build momentum about what we're doing, because I think there's so much great stuff happening, certainly within the public sector, and people are very, very passionate about doing this. So like Sodexo, yes, we also signed up to pledges across the 5 networks of the responsibility deal. So firstly, we signed up to the physical activity pledges. Well, no, sorry, that's 3 out of 5, get this right. And then all of the health at work pledges, which Claire touched on earlier. And then thirdly, all the food pledges, so that if you remember back to Richard's slide, this was reduction of salt to 2012 levels, removal of artificial trans fats from all products, and out-of-home calorie provision. At an ingredient level, we've hit the 2010 targets for all our products, and we're well on the way to hitting the 2012 targets. I've left a few samples of a new product that we've launched out in the, some of you I think have taken, I've topped it up again now. Some of the new Norblue Dragon pastes, which meet the 2012 targets. What we had to do is actually look at 4,000 products. We've got a nutritionist, and Karen's in here, and chefs to really ensure that our products deliver both from a taste perspective and from a health perspective. We know within the food service market it's so discerning about taste, and we need to really deliver on that. There's no point delivering a product which meets on health but doesn't taste of anything. At a practical level, we work with customers, I suppose, across the industry, and lots of success really within the public sector, where we've helped customers, I suppose, retain customer, and even gain customer in places, whilst they balance a health and tasty menu or options at the same time. One of these areas is reducing saturated fat from people's diets. So what we've done, we've tried to engage with chefs, and I know at Westminster Kingsway College, I think Jeff can probably back me up with this, and Pace, we've helped to demonstrate to chefs that by swapping butter for flora, get that the right way around, that you can't, and I know that there are lots of preconceptions, that you can significantly reduce the health, reduce the amount of saturated fat when serving dishes. So to back, and I heard the little groan about, and everyone's got their ideas. So what we did, we actually got 21 chefs, so typical chefs, and we wired them up in a biophysical experiment, and they all came in with their attitudes of preconceptions of I'm not taking butter out of it, and everyone's got such passion about butter, and we wired them up, and we actually served them classic dishes, and we didn't tell them what was made with flora and what was made with butter, and believe it or not, and we have got the studies to demonstrate it, they couldn't tell the difference. When you then tell them that there's 78% less saturated fat in flora than butter, and in Andy's case, and I'll go on to Andy in a minute, that there's generally a cost saving when you swap butter for margarine. The facts kind of spoke for themselves, so we were kind of leading on lots of different areas. And off the back of this, we got off the back of the experiment, which we got quite excited about, we got the chefs into the kitchen to really redesign a whole load of classic recipes. And you should see the saturated fat decrease of when it was made with flora, when made with butter and then with flora, and which are being used across a lot of our customers. I checked with Andy that I could plug him earlier, but we've worked with ISS Healthcare, with Andy Jones, across 40 of their big NHS hospitals. We've taken out, Andy's taken out flora back of house, still given the choice front of house about butter and flora, because obviously from the grown, some of you wouldn't be very happy if butter wasn't available and you had flora. But Andy's been able to take out hundreds of kilograms, and we estimated it was going to be about 600 kilograms of saturated fat from his business. It's a huge amount. And earlier spoke about the importance of children and really the formative years, and that is where it all begins. I think that will come out loud and clear from today's session. What I'd like to do is to demonstrate to you, or show you a video of how one of our initiatives that we've got working in 1,000 schools across the country, academies and local authorities, is helping to make a difference in Salford. Salford is quite a deprived area, but it's a really kind of active way of demonstrating how we're trying to make a difference.
While the children build up an appetite, kitchen staff at St Luke's Roman Catholic Primary School prepare lunch. It's one of 82 schools in Salford which have gone live with Eats for You. Among the many choices today is pupils' favourite sweet and sour chicken. The Eats for You initiative, created by Unilever Food Solutions, offers catering training for kitchen staff, support in promoting the campaign, and many of the company's well-loved brands.
Gone down a treat really well. Children love the sauces. The quality of the sauces are so much better, and they're just going down really well. Because I'm enjoying it a lot more, because the children are enjoying the food a lot more. So that's where my satisfaction comes in. Children, they're enjoying it, I'm happy.
Since Salford City Council signed up for the initiative earlier this year, school meal take-up rates have risen, up to 55% in primaries and 50% in secondaries. That's much higher than other schools in the northwest. As a result, Salford has been able to keep meal costs down to as little as £1.70 each.
It's provided more variety for our menu. They're all nutrient-based, meet the nutrient-based standards. They're all portion control, so that's helped us with portion control, and that's helped us keeping our food costs down. And it's given us a better variety, really, because we can draw from the recipe bank if we want to use a different recipe for, say, a promotional day.
To encourage parents and children to fully embrace the scheme, Unilever Food Solutions supports promotion of the initiative by helping authorities with letters to parents and vibrant point-of-sale material. And let's not forget Eats for You's mascot, Studs. But the proof of the pudding is in the eating.
I got sweet and sour chicken because I like to try new things and I haven't tried it before. Very tasty, and I love how they get all the sauce over the rice. I think they're all good once you try them.
A lot of our children will not have experienced some of the foods that we're able to put on offer for them in school at the moment. So it's a great opportunity to us to get them to try things, and really to encourage them to look at varieties in diet and different foodstuffs and how enjoyable they can be. So, and it does form part of the bigger education programme that we're doing in school.
Unilever Food Solutions provide recipe cards and catering training and support, which has helped kitchen staff develop their own skills, as well as ensuring consistency across all the schools in Salford.
You've got the step-to-step guide to show you, how you can improve the dish. and goes through each individual step to help you along the way, so you don't miss anything out to make the end product taste a lot better.
The variety of Eats For You branding makes the concept relevant for all types of primary and secondary schools across the country by supporting theme days and tapping into takeaway options being served across many high schools too. So, with higher take-up rates all round, more choice and healthier options, not to mention the budgetary improvements, Unilever's Food Solutions Eats For You initiative is a clear winner.
I think that last child is the most odd child in the number of times I showed that video, and I was just waiting for that. Oh. So hopefully that instead of me rambling on about what Eats For You is, hopefully that does it kind of justice in terms of what we're doing. And I suppose myself as a marketer, I suppose I challenge myself on three key things, which are firstly in my head and my guts, do I know my customers' lives? Not claiming to know them, these are questions. Secondly, are through my brands and my actions helping to improve lives? And thirdly, am I engaging with my customers to help shape and craft the brands that we're doing? So there's no point, and especially in today's when social networking is kind of here, there and everywhere, there's so many successful campaigns out there that have relied on social networking. But these are the kind of challenges that I suppose marketeers everywhere should be engaged with. So bearing this in mind, so one of the steps we've done recently launched is a school caterers community website, which I haven't actually communicated out to the trade yet. We've got an advert next in January, Andrew. Before you start shouting. And what this is, it's a site that on one hand gives caterers access to ingredients that meet the school guidelines, recipes which fit within a framework, and then an ability to download marketing materials, whether that be tailoring parental letters, downloading posters, editable posters that can go onto plasma screens. But then at the same time, we have an opportunity where the caterers can kind of talk back to us, tell us what they need, if a recipe doesn't work, for example, and then communicating with other people, other caterers across the country. So someone in Oxfordshire could be talking to someone in Edinburgh and sharing best practice. And I think that's kind of the mentality we need within the industry. Our sister campaign, Live Better, which we launched last year, is in 200 NHS and university sites. And what this is a campaign that, at the point of purchase, gives consumers the ability to kind of be educated about specific health things options that we've spoken about today. So that could be, how can I reduce my salt level down to 6 grams a day, and actually making sure they're aware of what 6 grams is, or reducing saturated fat. Where we try and back this up is through recipes and GDA information front of house. So it's following, much like in the video, following a 5-step process and delivering the meals front of house. In the new year, we will be reworking all of those recipes, so if you have got them, these will be changed in the new year and added to. The reason for doing this is that we will be working with a predefined nutritional criteria that we've worked up with our nutrition team across GDAs and fruit and vegetable portion sizes. So we can then educate the consumer front of house and explain to them that none of the dishes that they will eat under the Live Better branding will go above that criteria.
No, leave it, don't worry. I'll put it back up. Someone will have to do it, might as well be me. Actually, leave
it. My backside's probably not the best site either. Right, where was I? So as I say, in the new year we'll be reworking all of those recipes, there's about 100, and trying to follow the same perspective, the same way as the Eats going online with the community. And we will be expanding this into the care sector, where, as we've discussed, Ros and Karen, that malnutrition is such a big focus, and I must say the NACHC have done a fantastic job in promoting it through the No One Should Go Hungry campaign. We're actually, to keep you updated, we're doing a lot of work at a global level looking at the effects of care, and it's amazing. I got a report from Germany and France, and their challenges are exactly the same. And we need to kind of look at it from a kind of a developed world perspective, rather than trying to do all the work ourselves. As Claire spoke about earlier, and they've certainly helped us along the way, Sodexo certainly helped Unilever on the way, we have to look after our staff. And me being one of them, I can vouch for this, and I wouldn't talk about it if it wasn't true. There's 7,000 of us in Unilever across about 18, 19 factories and sites across the company. And one has actually been speaking about it, sending me notes, writing me notes down. Have you been involved in Fit Business? Fit Business is a campaign that we have within Unilever where it's really about promoting positive choices for employees. So that could be that could be kind of free fruit every day. For those of you who've been to Unilever, I know what you're thinking. You've got a great big Ben & Jerry's ice cream when you walk in, but that's for the treat element, when you deserve it after your session in the gym downstairs. But there's a real emphasis on kind of improving employee well-being, and we do tests, and people have the opportunity to have health tests. Every employee has the opportunity, and yes, I haven't been for mine for a couple of years because I'm a bit scared what the results would be. And also working with Sodexo, and as Claire spoke about earlier, we do, through our staff restaurants, we do promote healthy choices on a daily basis with the calories, with the GDAs, and the staff who are in that controlled environment have got the opportunity to know what's in their food, and back at the inside that we've got, the consumers do want to know. And even someone like myself, I have eventually started looking at calorific labelling. It's also important that we work with our communities. So I say that across the country, the 18 factories, and I suppose the best example, I suppose, in this audience is to think about, and I've got Beverly looking over there because I'm going to name drop you, is working with Surrey County Council. And it was probably a couple of years ago, I think, where we took some nurses to Surrey County Council offices, and we ran cholesterol tests on a voluntary basis, so we weren't trying to get everyone down. And what the output was really fantastic. There were people who it was a real eye-opener for them. The idea of people feeling like they're bulletproof until something hits them really came to the fore when we were there. We were able to give them advice and structure in terms of how they could improve their well-being. And I remember that one of the chefs there was, I'm sure he took some real action, didn't he, after that? So I'm nearly there, so lunch is on its way. In summary, delivering on these commitments, and certainly around this 1 billion, improving the lives of 1 billion people, is a major challenge for us, and it's a really exciting challenge. And actually, this kind of challenge really motivates me as someone working for the company, that when I work every day and I can focus on trying to achieve this, it gives me a sense of purpose. I think the key thing is, for a manufacturer, that it's kind of a conviction that it's actually the only way to, by embracing change, is the only way to do business now. As I said, the old model is broken. And effectively, by working with NGOs, government, customers like yourselves, we can help start changing the health of the nation and ultimately your customers. So, thank you.
Hi, I think it was very interesting to hear what the supply chain and the suppliers are doing to support both you as end users and the contract caterers in between. I think what we'll do over the course of the next few months is go out and talk to Mars and to McCain's and to Dr. Urquhart and get their input, and we'll send that up to the people in the PS100 group and start to sort of build a picture of what all the different parts of the supply chain can do to help you with what you do. I'm interested in one thing, really. You're obviously spending a lot of money and a lot of time to try and develop your products, get them to hit the nutritional standards and stuff like that. I assume you then go out and measure it, and I've seen some research myself that Unilever have done in this area. do you then try and use that information to try and feed back? Because you're sitting there, you spend all this money, you help all these people in this room.
Yeah.
They then have budget cuts all around them. And someone like Unilever must have great influence at political level, particularly at a senior level. Are they then talking to anyone? Are they trying to change anything? Are they trying to get people to realise what's going on, and what the implications of these cuts are?
I'm not involved exclusively in the communications and public affairs team, but I know we do engage, and like Sodexo as well, engage with the government. So Unilever are very integral to the Change for Life programme, and there are efforts to work with government. I suppose within the food service sector, which is the only main area that I can talk about, we will, by I suppose our added value, we will look at things like, as I spoke about earlier, the World Menu Report, and providing insight about what consumers want. We've done a lot of work, and I know Sodexo have done a lot of work as well, with regard to waste management and how you can reduce costs. And we've got more information coming out with regard to calories coming out later in the year. So in short, I'm not trying to be a politician, but yes, we are engaged with government, and it's probably more nudging government than trying to change their policy. But there are probably people who can talk more about it than I can.
Okay. Is there any questions from the floor at all?
We're all hungry.
We're all hungry. Well, the good news is we're back on schedule. So if we break for lunch now, chance to have a chat and obviously catch up on emails or whatever, and we'll see you back here at 2:15. Hi everyone, thank you for coming back a bit early. Given the time, we thought people would probably rather get away sooner rather than later, so we'd move it along a bit quicker. The good news is that Sarah Stanner, the Science Programme Manager from the British Nutrition Foundation, has very kindly come along to stand in for Judith, who, as I said earlier, is not very well. I have got a biog on her, so I know nothing about her. I've got a job title in her name, so I'll let her come up and introduce herself. But she will be speaking, obviously, as an expert on nutrition and the impact it has on our country and health and well-being. So if you'd like to, please welcome Sarah.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, to start off, just to say a massive apology from Judy, who unfortunately is at home ill in bed today. So I've stepped in, she's produced all the slides, and I'm going to try and think about what she might have said to you about each one. So you might have to bear with me a little bit. I wasn't surprised to see that with any talk on public health nutrition, we usually start off with a slide on overweight and obesity, but I'm sure it won't come as any surprise to see these sorts of statistics. So basically, this is plotting what's been happening in the UK between 1993 and 2007. And of course, this is such a major public health problem, and certainly one that keeps nutritionists very, very busy. But basically, at the moment, we have the majority of adults classified as overweight, so 60%, and 1 in 4 of the adult population are defined as obese. And probably even more worrying is the fact that now we've got really good figures for children, and they really are quite shocking. So about a third of 2 to 15-year-olds in England are classified as either overweight and half or obese, and half of these are actually obese. We've now got some good measurements from the Child Measurement Programme, and it's showing that obesity prevalence is around 10% for 4 to 5-year-olds and almost 20% in 10 to 11-year-olds. So in terms of overweight, 10 to 11-year-olds are getting towards the adult levels of concern. But of course, it's not all about obesity. There are lots of diet-related chronic diseases. This is a slide that shows the basic nutritional targets, so food and nutrient targets that we're working towards. And as you can see, unfortunately, from the column on the right, there are more crosses than ticks. So this is whether or not we're actually achieving the targets at the moment. Probably a surprise to some people is the fact that in terms of fat, we are achieving the target. So the amount of fat in our diet is around the 35% energy level that we're being recommended to consume as a population. But when you look at saturates, non-milk extrinsic sugars and salt, they're all way above the targets. And we're not meeting the food recommendations, so we're not eating enough fruit and vegetables. We're way off the target of eating a portion of oily fish each week. And we've also got some problems with some of the vitamins and minerals, and I'll come back to that towards the end of the talk. There are, of course, massive opportunities because of this for the public sector catering. And I think Judy found a figure that public sector caterers are producing around 6 million meals a day, but I think probably even more important is they're producing whole diets for some sectors of the population. We do, of course, have the regulation in place for school foods. There isn't regulation for adults, but there is guidance for food in other settings. So, for example, the Department of Health toolkit and guidance on catering for adults, which is based on dietary reference values and the Department of Health's Eat Well plate model. This includes tips on choosing, buying foods, cooking, serving foods, food allergy, food safety tips, all those sorts of things, alongside some useful sample menus. And the principle behind this, which is very interesting for us as nutritionists, is that they are basing the DRVs around the idea that you will be getting about 20% of your energy at breakfast, 30% at lunch, 30% at dinner, and 20% from snacks. It does address the issue that we're consuming too much saturated fat, salt and sugar, and that there are some insufficiencies in vitamins and minerals, so it's taking that into consideration, and Judy's put the website on the bottom. In terms of the FSA guidance for institutions, as I've said, they have this idea that in terms of energy, this 20-30, 30-20 rule, but they have actually adjusted in terms of the DRVs for saturated fat, sugar, salt, slightly, so that they are actually not meeting the maximum target. So what they've done, and I think it's quite an interesting approach, is actually instead of just splitting the DRV in the same proportions, they've basically reduced it down slightly and then reduced it within each category, so that what we're saying is that people should be consuming under the targets, not necessarily reaching them and possibly going over. But in terms of micronutrients, they took a different approach, basically being realistic and saying that snacks are quite unlikely to be providing you with all the vitamins and minerals you need. And so they would adjust to make sure that the 3 regular meals that people are having would actually be providing most of their micronutrients, and any you get from snacks would be a nice bonus on top. Of course, there's also guidance for those catering for older people in residential care, and I'll come back to that with the next slide. And there's what you're going to hear about this afternoon with food procurement and government buying standards, based on the principles that foods should be produced to higher sustainability standards, they should be procured and served to higher nutritional standards, and the procurement of catering operations to higher sustainability standards. But I know there's a talk about that this afternoon, so I won't say any more. This is going back to older people in care homes, and this is actually an area that I've worked quite a lot in and I feel quite passionate about. And I'm glad that she included this slide. When we had the data way back now from the National Diet and Nutrition Survey, people in residential care were really a major group of concern. And what this slide shows quite nicely is that you see in white, this is the data from the NDNS, what the average intake of these various things were in this group. And the black is what you'd be providing if you actually meet the guidance. And as you can see, they are doing much better if you are catering to the guidance than if you aren't, in terms of all of these nutrients. And what she's got here is the minimum target in black and the maximum target in red. And you can see that they're only being reached by those that are actually being catered to following this guidance. And in terms of school food, obviously in 2008 in primary schools, the school food guidelines became regulation. And again, there have been studies that have shown that this is really having benefits. So this is a study by Mike Nelson, who is at the School Food Trust, basically looking over a 5-day period at the intake of pupils in 136 schools in 2009, and he compared it with similar data that he collected in 2005, and showed that if you look at it in this way, you can actually see that they are making healthier choices. So more students are taking the foods that we'd like them to be consuming, so water in particular, but things like fruit juice and vegetables and salads, and they're consuming less of some of the other things. And again, if you look at nutrients, there are probably some good and bad things on this slide. In terms of the nutrients, they are doing better with the ones at the top. And they are doing better in terms of not exceeding the ones at the bottom. But I think what's quite interesting to me from this is that, as you can see, he starred the ones where the standard has been met. There are a number where the standard wasn't being met in these schools. And also, even where it was being met, there are a number of nutrients that have gone in the wrong direction. So calcium and vitamin C, for example, that I think does need some attention. Obviously, in terms of opportunities for caterers, there's being involved in the responsibility deal pledges, there's thinking about reformulation, recipe development, and in this context, obviously, the two approaches are stealth or an overt approach, and usually we say that the stealth approach, so doing things in a stepwise approach without consumers necessarily being aware, is probably best in terms of acceptability. There's choice editing, so obviously that's the approach that's been taken in schools, so taking away some of the foods that we don't want them to be consuming. And sustainability-directed initiatives as well. There's quite a lot of those going on, although we don't know of any data that's actually shown how effective they are. And in terms of information provision, there's obviously calories on foods and nutrients, and providing backup website information that I'll say more about. And there's also the issue of sourcing, so making sure that you're getting the healthiest ingredients possible. I know you've already had a talk. I think Judy was probably going to set the scene, but I know you've already had a talk this morning talking in detail about the responsibility deal, so I won't say too much. But obviously there are the 5 main networks. The main issue is that everybody needs to be involved. So it is industry, retailers, manufacturers, hospitality, it's NGOs, it's people like the British Nutrition Foundation as well, and it's policymakers all getting together to make this work. In terms of the food network pledges, there's the salt reduction pledge, the trans fats and the calorie labelling, and I'll say a little bit more about each of those. And then, of course, there's calorie reduction, and we don't know exactly what's going to be in that at the moment. There was the call to action on the 13th of October to reduce 5 billion calories per day to restore the energy balance of the population. And what that means for the individual is actually only reducing by about 100 calories a day, so it doesn't sound that much. And we think there'll be a menu of options is anticipated. And there's also the fruit and vegetable. The draft pledges have been produced. Most of these have been around the environmental issues, so accessibility, cost, promotion, those sorts of things. In terms of the labelling pledge, it is that we'll provide calorie information for food and non-alcoholic drink for our customers in out-of-home settings from the 1st of September in accordance with the principles for calorie labelling agreed by the responsibility deal. This is an ongoing thing that people can obviously sign up to whenever they want. And the underpinning principles behind this are that calorie information is displayed clearly and prominently at point of choice, that calorie information is provided in a standardised form for standardised food items, so looking at those that are offered for at least 30 days a year. That calorie information is provided per portion, and for multi-portion or sharing items, the number of portions also specified. And that reference information is provided, so the GDAs. So where you've got calorie information, it's telling people to put that into context, that a woman's aiming for no more than about 2,000 calories a day and a man about 2,500. So giving them the information to actually put it all into practice. I don't actually know where Judy found this, so I don't know whose menu this is, but it is a really good example of how simple information can be quite effective. So I think they've done this very well here, putting the calorie information on in a very clear format, specifying if you eat it with a different dish with different side accompaniments, that the calorie content will of course be different. And so, it is something that I think a lot of consumers, that we know a lot of people are looking for calorie information, are going to like to see on menus. In the area of salt, I think the UK actually has pretty much across the world led salt reduction, and we've done a pretty good job. It's actually something Judy put at the bottom that we've written a paper about for the Food Standards Agency to basically inform other countries of what's happened here and how useful it's been. But basically, with all the initiatives, the Food Standards Agency salt campaign, with the reformulation by industry, the public awareness campaign, and front of pack labelling, we have seen salt levels decline. So back in 2000, 2001, average salt intake was 9.5 grams a day, and of course the target is 6 grams. It went down to 9 grams in 2005-06, and down to 8.6 in 2008. And of course this is an ongoing thing, so hopefully it's going to come down further still. The responsibility deal pledge in 2001 was linked to the new salt targets, and there will be a separate pledge for the catering sector, which we're awaiting. Trans fatty acids is slightly different in that actually most of the work around trans fatty acids to improve the amount that we're consuming was done by industry without any nudging. It was actually done more in relation to consumer demand than it was to anything else. And actually they'd done pretty much most of the work behind the scenes quietly before it was even raised as a major issue. There is strong science that shows that if you have a diet that's high in trans fatty acids, it will increase your blood cholesterol level and therefore increase your cardiovascular disease risk. Having said that, the science really shows that you have to be consuming a certain level for that to be the case. And mostly we are well below that level in the UK. So probably for us, this is not a major area of concern. Having said that, there have been good things done, oils and fats, removing trans fats and removing partially hydrogenated fats from products. But as I've said, if you look at intakes, it's actually quite a positive message here, because the recommendation in the UK is that we should be consuming less than 2% of our food energy from trans, and we're well below that, so around 0.8, so we're less than half of that. Having said that, there is a small percentage, 3%, that are exceeding the DRV, and there's some evidence that possibly in some low-income groups there are some people that do slightly worse. So 9% of males and 6% of females from low-income groups exceeding the DRV. So there is slightly more work that could be done here just to improve things slightly. But again, if you compare us to other countries, we are doing fairly well. This is the WHO recommendation, so that's actually half the level in the UK. So they're recommending less than 1% of energy. But if you see UK is here in the blue, we're actually well below that at our sort of 0.8%. And most other countries are as well, with the exception of some like the USA, Iran in particular, and also Canada. So for us anyway, this isn't a major issue of public concern. But the fatty acid profile of the diet is, as I showed earlier, we're meeting the fat recommendation, but we are way exceeding the saturated fat recommendation. And I think this is an area that is very difficult. We certainly find it very difficult to talk to consumers about this particular area for lots of reasons. I think the main reason is that there is no fat or oil that doesn't contain saturates. People always like to have some fats and oils that are good for you or bad for you, but of course they all have a different fatty acid profile. They all contain a mixture of the fatty acids, and in this regard, obviously some are better than others. But there is also a functionality issue, so you can't necessarily easily swap one for the other. And that's the same in the kitchen as it is, obviously, when you're producing foods. So, for example, a lot is said about palm oil, but palm oil in particular is one that has very good functional properties. In 2009, back in February 2009, the FSA started its saturated fat and energy intake campaign, which has helped a lot in improving consumer understanding of this area. I think this was a particularly good campaign. It was supported by some great materials. There were very easy messages, some easy swaps that you could make to reduce your saturated fat intake. And as I say, I think in terms of this complex area, it did help consumer understanding. With regards to energy reduction, obviously reducing saturated fat is one way of reducing energy because it is, it is fat, so it is 9 calories per gram. There's been obviously the pledge on calorie labelling. I've already talked about the call to action in terms of calorie reduction. And it's likely that within this there is going to be a whole menu of options that Judy's identified, probably around changing the balance of food promotion, reformulation, portion size, and very importantly, energy density. Unfortunately, when there was actually the call to action, alongside the publication of a report by the Scientific Advisory Committee on Nutrition on Energy Requirements, this particular area got some really, really misleading headlines. And I think this has been quite damaging in really confusing people about the issue. It was very sad that this happened, and I think probably quite mischievous of the press, really, because I think that the FSA actually, or DH, Department of Health, actually did a lot to try to stop this from happening. But nonetheless, we have to acknowledge that consumers now are confused. Coming back to energy density, this is something at the British Nutrition Foundation that we've done a lot of work on. So if anyone here is particularly interested in this area, you can find a lot on our website. But we thought this is a particularly useful message for consumers. Basically, energy density is just the amount of calories in a gram of food. And evidence shows that people tend to consume a similar weight of food. So if you can reduce the energy density, you can reduce people's energy intake. And you can do that while curbing their appetite, so they won't feel hungry. And we've got a number of pictures where we've tried to show this, and I think this is a particularly good one. This is 2 strategies for eating the same amount of calories. So on the left, this is an energy-dense diet where you're consuming around 1,500 calories. And on the right, exactly the same number of calories, but with a low energy-dense diet. And I'm sure you'll agree that people consuming the one on the right are much less likely to feel hungry than people consuming the one on the left. So we think that energy density is a really important issue. The main ways to reduce the energy density of the diet are to reduce the fat content, increase the fibre content, increase the water content, reduce the sugar content, and the main ways of doing it. Getting on to fruit and vegetables, obviously everyone's aware of the 5 a day. In actual fact, the average consumption is around 4 servings a day. Looking at the figures from the National Diet and Nutrition Survey, you could be misled into thinking that we're consuming a lot more than we used to. But actually it's because now in the figures they are including the fruit and vegetables that you find in composite foods. So obviously that's the right thing to do because they have the same health benefits. But it has meant that it looks as if we've increased our consumption when actually it's just a different way of measuring it. But two-thirds of adults aren't achieving 5 a day. So that's really, considering they are aware of the message and everybody knows fruit and vegetables are good for you, it just goes to show how difficult it is to elicit behaviour change. I've already talked a little bit about the Responsibility Deal pledge. But the other thing that's going alongside it is the Department of Health are considering the criteria for composite foods for the 5 a day logo that they have. Judy's actually been part of this group in the past, and I think now that they are driving this forward. So the idea that composite foods will be able to put the 5 a day logo on there and say that they can contribute a portion of fruit and veg. I said I'd come back to vitamin and mineral intakes, and I wasn't really surprised to see Judy had put this on the end of her talk because I think one of the things it's easy to believe is that because we live in a land of plenty and we're eating too much and we've got such a problem with obesity that we don't have a problem with inadequacy, and actually that's not the case. So we know from studies that overweight people might be eating more food, but actually they're slightly more likely to have nutrient deficiencies, and that's because of the food choices that they're making. And the National Diet and Nutrition Survey constantly shows that there are a number of nutrients where there are very low intakes. This particular slide is showing the proportion of British females with an intake below the lower reference nutrient intake. This is basically a figure that's calculated as the requirement for only the 2% in the bottom of the population with the lowest needs. So anybody that's consuming below this level is really quite likely to be inadequate. And as you can see, there are some that are really shocking. So iron, for example, in teenage girls, and magnesium also, where over half are having intakes below this level. And the Scientific Advisory Committee on Nutrition, in their nutritional well-being of the British population, actually identified 14 micronutrients where there was cause for concern. So really this shows that although we're thinking a lot about excess and excess energy and excess saturated fat, we also need to think about the nutrient density of the food. Obviously, there are a whole range of labelling initiatives, and consumers are faced with quite a different array of these. With the new regulations, this is likely to change. and GDAs in particular will probably be featured more on back of pack. But nonetheless, we know that consumers welcome these. They do like to use them to do things like compare products, and so they are useful. And obviously, if we can have consistent formats, then that's great. I work within the science team at BNF, but we have an education team. The reason that we spend so much time working in schools is that we really feel passionately that a lot of the focus should be on re-engaging with children with food and where it comes from. So getting children to leave school with an understanding of what healthy food is, how they can prepare it, why it's important, and hopefully to take that back into the family setting. So we have a Food of Fact of Life website where we do a lot of work to provide resources for teachers so that if they are thinking of doing anything on nutrition in schools, we make it as easy for them as possible to encourage them to do so. So I think Judy was identifying challenges for the catering sector in terms of delivering improvements that would impact on public health. So things like limitations in nutrition knowledge, obviously not necessarily being nutritionists can make things difficult. The need for a high level of organisational commitment and time, and I think that certainly needs to be considered. The one that she's got in bold, unsurprisingly, is training, because at BNF we've actually been involved in this area. In fact, I started at BNF about 11 years ago, and my first project, and the reason I came in with some funding, was Catering for Health, which was a document that we produced for the Food Standards Agency and Department of Health at that time, in order to help those that were teaching catering students. So we worked with MBQ at that time and a lot of chef lecturers to produce something. It was just a paper resource, but something that we thought might be quite useful. But obviously there's also the issue of menu analysis. And I think the other challenges she's identified are access to reformulated products, the need to have a consistent approach, and the need to take consumers along with you, so to consider consumer preferences. In terms of what we do at BNF that might help, as I've said, we have our Food of Fact of Life website for anybody that's working in schools. We've got our main website, which has got lots of information on every aspect of nutrition, lots of information around the Eat Well Plate model, recipes and tips. One of the things we've been doing over the last couple of years is e-seminars with experts in specific areas for people to watch in their own time on hot topics. We've just launched a resource called My Wellbeing, which is something for teenagers where they can go on, put in their diet, what they've eaten over the last 24 hours very roughly, and get some quite nice advice around goals that they could have to improve their diet and physical activity. We also offer a menu analysis service for anybody who needs help or advice. And we've been involved, as I say, with things like Catering for Health and also with the Nestlé Tote d'Or Awards in the past to look at training for catering students. One of the things that we're going to be doing, we are launching in January a whole series of online training courses on our website, and there will be at some stage, I can't tell you when, a catering one if anyone is interested in looking at that or advising anyone to look at that. The person leading on that is the person who leads the education team, which is Roy Ballum, and I'm sure he'd be happy to talk to anybody if they had any specific needs. So in terms of our changing eating patterns and in terms of what the out-of-home sector can do to promote public health, there are a number of areas that really need considering. We need to really think about what the key messages are for consumers. We need to think about how to influence behaviour change and what the role is of just providing knowledge and how we take it beyond that to actually get people to make different dietary choices. One of the things that Judy often talks about is the fact that, unfortunately, people aren't very motivated by health, which is why I think she always says that the stealth approach works better. But if you tell people that something is healthy, it usually puts them off rather than the other way round. But we are aware that there are other ways that you can engage people. And one of the ways that we are thinking about at the moment is the sustainability issue. So if people are particularly interested in sustainability and doing the right thing for the planet and those sorts of issues, there might be ways in which you can link that to improvements in health. Other questions that she's identified are, is there a special role for public sector catering? what's the role of reformulation over changing what's available to people? So, as I said, with the approach, for example, within schools, and which works best and why. And she's just ended by highlighting our website if anyone wants any more information. Thank you.
I'll tell you what, I wish I could take someone else's presentation and present it as well as that. Thank you very much, Sarah. I won't ask her to take questions because I think she's been, unless you're happy to, because I think she's been put on the spot anyway. Has anyone got any questions for Sarah? Just one from Claire.
My question's not specifically for you, Sarah, but it's something that's cropped up a few times. I appreciate you weren't here this morning. But we've talked a lot about, in schools particularly, focusing on giving children more knowledge, more information, which they're then taking with them through their school life and into adulthood, and also what we're doing for headmasters. But not at any point today has anybody spoken about the parents. And I'd be interested in your view and anybody else's that's spoken this morning on that, because certainly from our point of view, one of the ways we engage better with children is via the website that we provide for the parents to access. So I'd be interested to see if anybody's got any comment on that.
Yeah, I mean, at BNF we feel exactly the same, and actually initiatives that combine the two would be ideal. So if we ever run things like cooking sessions, we really like to get families involved rather than just the children. I think it works both ways. We've had experiences where we've done things with children and managed to get it into the home to parents, and that's a major benefit. But equally, where you've got engaged parents who are willing to be involved, it is really, really important. But I think, as I say, what we really like is things that we can do as families. And there have been lots of, initiatives that have worked really well in that capacity. So things like MEND, for example, in relation to reducing obesity. So things like Mini MEND, which is the children's programme, trying to get children to be physically active and look at their dietary habits, very much have that approach of doing it within the context of the whole family rather than the individual child.
Any other questions? One at the front, Joe.
Thank you, Sarah. Really good presentation. Thank you for that. It's a statement or an observation that really struck a chord with me rather than putting you on the spot about a question. And that was about the energy density and nutrient density of food. I work in the NHS, and one thing that came really apparent to us when we were doing plate waste studies is that a lot of elderly patients, a lot of patients in general, leave a half a standard portion, and then we then, at great expense to the NHS, then provide them with supplements to boost up what they've left on the plate. And what kind of, when we saw the unhealthy food, and you talked about it being energy dense in small volume, that's actually such an important message to get kind of the energy dense and the nutrient dense, so you can consume what you need to in half the volume of a standard portion. Because again, we know every day, we as caterers, we chuck away the nutrients that patients need, so that then can be supplemented with what we've just thrown away. Thank you for that.
I just have one quick question. Earlier, Richard, I'm still struggling with his surname, Ciancala from Ciancala, is that right, Joe? Ciancala? From the Department of Health. He said that the major problem was that there was a lack of evidence that healthier lifestyles improve behaviour and productivity, etc. I've just sat through a presentation that seems to have hundreds and hundreds of facts on how a healthy, nutritious lifestyle would improve behaviour, would improve product. Why aren't they listening to you?
I mean, it is quite frustrating because I think there's a lot of evidence that even if you think about things like mental health and general well-being, there is a lot of evidence that eating healthily has an impact on that. So, I mean, we've just done a big task force report that we launched a while ago on healthy ageing, and looking at the impact of diet on your cognitive development over time, and cognitive impairment in later life, and just functionality of older people and all those sorts of issues. There is really good evidence behind that.
Yeah.
I think the real problem is getting people to change their behaviour. So I think we know that giving out good information is all well and good, and people are very aware of 5 a day and all those sorts of issues. I think where there is a lack of evidence really is on what gets people to change their behaviour, and that to me is the evidence gap.
Okay. I think that may be a challenge for us, and certainly something that Karen was talking about over lunch, actually, and I'm sure we'll touch on in a minute in the debate. So thank you very much for standing in, Sarah. It was fantastic. Right, let me just grab my notes. David has kindly said he'll step in and chair the next session. He has, which he will do in a second. Let me just quickly introduce the people that are coming onto the chair, onto the panel. You're all going to chair it. Firstly, Anne Bull, who you've already had a presentation from today. Firstly, Anne, I know she's 40 years in the industry. Congratulations. So condensing a 40-year career into a few sentences would be impossible. Suffice to say, she has worked through the industry in a number of roles before reaching her current one as Head of Catering and Schools Facilities Services, and here I'm challenged, for the Rhondda Cynon Taff County Borough Council. Yeah, not bad, yeah. Here she provides over 20,000 meals a day from 150 sites in schools, community day centres and via the Meals on Wheels services. Anne was appointed LACER Vice Chair in September 2011 and will take on the role next year of Chair. So she'll be sitting on the panel. Joining her will be Karen Oliver, who's the National Chair for the National Association of Care Catering. She took over the chair in September this year. The NACC support, promote and enrich the standards of catering within the care sector provided by social services and other caring agencies. Karen has over 25 years in both education and social care catering in a local authority, developing food provision and implementing new systems. She is and has been involved in numerous NACC review groups, and she is working with the Standards Review Group on updating the current nutritional standards for adult social care. And finally, it'll be Janice Gillan. Janice is the chair of the Hospital Caterers Association. Janice started her career as a trainee cook and worked through various positions until qualifying as a member of the HCMA in 1988. In addition to being chair of the Hospital Caterers Association, which she took on in March this year, she is also acting clinical support services manager in the Ayrshire and Arran NHS and is studying for a master's in business administration at the University of West Scotland. God knows how she finds time to do anything. During her time, she has participated on the Food in Hospitals Specification and Commodity Advisory Panel and was a winner of the Sector Catering Healthcare Award. If you'd like to welcome them to the stage, Karen and Janice will be doing a short presentation to tell you a bit about what they're up to, because obviously Anne has already introduced it earlier in the day. Anne, for a second, looked very worried because she thought she was going to have to do it again. So if you'd please like to welcome David as well. Thank
you. Not a problem. I put Shaping the Future up because I think what we're all doing here is actually shaping the future. I've heard a lot about the children coming through the schools and knowing that in the future what you send me is what I'll have to deal with, whether it's overnutrition or undernutrition. So before I start, please indulge me, people that have been to an NACC presentation before, and some of you may have seen this. You've all had a little sit down after lunch. What I'd like to do now is to get you all to stand up, please. I'm going to be quite gentle about this. The last person to do it was a bit more ruthless. Can I ask anybody who's over 55 to sit down, please? We're not looking, honestly.
We're all lying.
What's new there, then? Anybody who's over 50, can you sit down, please? Over 40? Neil, I thought you were really going to push that one. Over 30, can you sit down, please? I'd like you to just take a little look around the room now to see who's actually standing. These are the people that are going to be looking after us in the future. Oh dear. If you think about how many people are in this room and how many people are left standing, please sit down. You can see the balance as we go through and expand in our older society. You've got a long, hard job, haven't you, girls? Okay. So, a few facts. Bit boring. A few figures for you. Life expectancy has reached its highest level. We're now predicted to live longer. Men, oh dear, men at 78 years and women at 82.
4 years of peace.
Some of us get a lot more than that. James, that was very nice to you. The number of people over 100 has risen to 12,640, a five-fold increase on predicted figures. Every year, 650,000 people turn 65. The number of people over 85 is expected to double in the next 20 years and triple in the next 30. In the same timescale, the percentage of under 16s is predicted to be decreased by 21%. So you can see we've got a vastly ageing population, and I'm sure that's no surprise to anybody. So currently, it's estimated over 1 million people living in the community are malnourished. When we talk about malnourished, undernutrition and overnutrition are the two ends of the scale, and this may swap from undernutrition to overnutrition later on in life. It'll bring us all the same problems. A third of older people admitted to hospitals and care homes are at risk of malnutrition. I'd say more than at risk of it. 22% of people 60 plus skip meals to cut back on food costs. That's going to rise. And 42% of people struggle to afford essential items like food, gas and electricity. That's 58 million people. Bit stunning, some of these, aren't they? 383 people receive home care services, including community meals. In 2010, there were estimated to be 418,000 people in residential care. Cool. What did we take on, Ross? So, you do the maths. Multiply by your first figures and see just how many more people will be in receipt of care later on in life, unless we get it right now. And that's down to everybody here. A joint effort. So securing the future. I'm sure you've all heard it. Andrew's talked about it as well this morning. The NACC No One Should Go Hungry campaign. We've instituted this campaign to address these issues with the intention to highlight the silent killer. I know old people complain and older people moan. I do it myself. I'm turning into my mum. But it is a silent killer. Raise the awareness of the correct nutrition for older people. Gain investment in cost sector catering. Really, really important. We need to keep raising this issue. And our key one is to work with the government to establish a national nutritional standard. There is no recognised nutritional standard in the government at the moment. And I know how hard the schools worked when they brought their standard in. And we're prepared to work just alongside as well. We need to do it. We need to get that standard in. You can feed older people anything you want at the moment. So it's something we need to really consider. So to join us, sign our petition, visit our website, or come and see me afterwards. Please just sign the petition. The more people can get that, the better we can move with it. Thank you. You want me to take questions down there? Questions down there?
Questions down there. I'll get on.
Okay. Well, thank you, Andrew, for inviting us here today. What I've just done is just do a wee bit. I know the procurement's coming on just after me, so sorry if some of this goes against the procurement thing. Food is medicine. When you're in hospital, we have to deal with a whole range of patients while they're in hospital, from newborns right through to people dying. So whilst they're in our care, they might be in our care for one day, half a day, right through to years. So it's during that time of patient experience, we would want to provide the best we can to the patients. But I think as hospital caterers, we must be one of the only catering services anywhere who doesn't always serve direct to the customer. If you think about, like school meals and that, and you serve direct to the customer, where we have sometimes quite a lot of links in that chain because it's nurses' responsibility for the patient's nutrition. As hospital caterers, our ultimate ethos is wanting to prepare food as close as possible to service. We've got two masters, the patient and the NHS. We would also want to buy local. We would want to support local producers. But ultimately, we all work for different NHS boards and trusts. Some of us have got £2.50 a day for all the meals. I know it was interesting this morning, about £1.87 for a school meal per day. Some of our places have £2.50 per day for all the patients' food for that day. Some people have £6. We've not even got a level playing field where we're going from, and we're all trying to comply with the same standards. And it's not just about the cost of the patient food, it's about the resources that come with it as well. You can have a big 1,000-bed hospital with one manager. You could have a 250-bed hospital with a manager and 3 assistant managers. We're all working to different boards where the priority of food is given a different priority. Some hospitals will invest in their services, others are shutting kitchens left, right and centre. The other thing, so we've got the food, and if we can get the food in and the service to the patient, it's a different thing. It's the malnutrition, trying to avoid malnutrition. We can have the best food in the world, unless it's served to the patient, it doesn't do any good. But to get that food in, we've got procurement legislation. Now, I know we've heard a lot about sustainability through the day and the various things that can be done, and in supporting local suppliers and things like that. But ultimately, I see this very much like a seesaw. We want to do the sustainability agenda. We want to support the local suppliers. We've got the standards. We've got a number of standards, nutrition standards. As you probably gathered, I'm from Scotland, so we've got loads of other standards as well. But we also have the McClelland report, which means we are mandated to use national contracts. We've got the whole finance agenda hitting against us the whole time. And procurement legislation is just... We would want to have local supplies. For those that don't know, I come from a farming background. I know how hard it is for my parents and my brothers who are working night and day, 365 days of the year. So I'm passionate about having local suppliers. But this McClelland report in Scotland has meant that I have lost 4 local suppliers in the last year. One of my colleagues in the room here has lost his fruit and veg supplier because the other one was going to be £3,000 cheaper in a year. £4,000 cheaper a year. A year. But he was forced to go to this other company, knowing fine well, we knew in our heart of hearts we were going to have a lot of problems with the quality of that other company. But it came down to price. And there's no way out it because of that McClelland report. So where we see it, and where we need help really, is the short-term finance goals are winning at every time against the long-term sustainability agenda, health eating agendas, obesity agendas, because the finance is winning out at every time. So any help would be gratefully received. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Karen, and thank you, Janice, for that. I hope everyone remembers Anne's presentation from this morning, so she doesn't need to review that. Time for some questions now. Do we have any questions coming to mind? I've got several here that we've... Not yet. One of the things that comes to mind is... we've gathered these people together here in the room today. We've got people such as yourselves, we've got suppliers, contract caterers, that there's a reason why we believe that bringing everyone together might help us to give us a voice. What do you think collectively we can achieve?
I would think raising the awareness of what we maybe currently have in the various different associations, and just as we're talking there about, even just the price we would have per day. If we could have a level playing field, it would make a lot of difference. Just raising that awareness of how important food is. Food is a basic need of life and should not be given. The UK as a whole doesn't rate food the way perhaps France and Italy do.
I think the food has slid down the agenda. We talk a lot about choice, we talk about personalisation, we talk about different kinds of budgets. I think what we've actually forgotten is the value of the food. For our side, for the schools, for the hospitals, we're never going to keep people fit, well and healthy without good food.
I think following that theme about the food, what a pleasure to be all in one room, because that is our own common denominator, is we're all here from different angles, admittedly, about the food and our customers, consumers, clients. And that's what's important. And I think it's such a unique occasion to have a lot of people in one room with that same voice and that passion.
I think people here might find it interesting to know, is there anyone that your organisations are talking to on an individual basis that perhaps collectively we might get some benefit from talking to?
We're actually looking to lobby health ministers and MPs on the use of protected meal times, just to try and raise the importance of food. The protected meal times to any lay person sounds, something that's should be common practice. It's about when a patient is in hospital, that whilst they're eating their meal, there should be no interruptions, from anyone. Just, because the worst thing is if you sit down at home at night and someone chaps the door or the phone rings. Well, if that's going on all the time in a patient, they're never going to get better. So protected meal times is something we're very much.
And who are you talking to about that?
It's just about to go to the health minister, actually. We're going to go and lobby all the MPs, MSPs, whoever Andy can get the name and address of.
Is there anything that you think we can do to help with that campaign?
Andy, any?
Hi, Andy Jones, the Vice Chair of the Hospital Caterers Association. I think, yes, you could really help us, one by printing the letter, but in the press when we've sent it to them, and also get behind the campaign, because I think one thing that we've heard of today in this room, it's all about food and hydration. Whether you're a child at school or a patient who's ill in hospital, or like my gran at the moment in a care home, it's about food, and I think we should think about that. It is I'm disappointed that the Department of Health did his presentation and gone. As you said, we're sat on the MPs. No MP turned up today, and yet the gentleman, Richard, from the Department of Health, had to talk about their document. It says what they actually think of their document, in my view. So I think if we can get stronger together, share ideas between all the associations, get you guys behind us, we have got a lobbying voice.
Okay, thank you, Andy.
The thing is, isn't it, is that...
Ros, just a minute.
I'm at it again. The thing is, there's two things that came out during the last government when we did the Nutrition Action Plan. One was, for me, the key things. One was an acceptance that there was the 10 key characteristics, which started with hospitals, and actually we developed so that it could be across the whole of the sector. And that includes things about protected meal times, nutritional screening and the like. But the other thing for me is that we all, and we were talking about it at lunchtime, weren't we, and Chris, that for most of us, we all know that food and the meal and meal times are the highlight of people's day. So it doesn't matter whether you're in a care home, whether you're having your meals delivered at home with your community meal, whether you're in a hospital or a prison or anywhere else. You know, sort of, you look forward to the meal for the social bit, for the fact that you're interacting with people, you know. If nothing else, we know that we need to be pushing that, I think, more and more, because it will have an effect on, you know, even the little kids like to have the dinner. It means that they can have the dinner and then run out and go and play, can't they?
Thank you.
Sorry.
What are the one or two biggest issues that you, as heads of your organisation, face?
Finance, budgets.
Look, thinking particularly from the sort of the health and nutrition agenda that we're looking at today.
Different priority in every. It's the different priorities. We all work for different NHS boards and trusts, and I say it's not a level playing field. You've got Premier League competing with Division 4, trying to provide the same level of service and standards, and I don't know how you get around that at all.
For us, there's guidance out there, but people don't have to use it. As I said when we were talking, you can actually feed older people anything you want to. You can start up a meal service in your local area and give anything to people and charge them for it. We need to get, again, that onto a level playing field where we're giving the right amount of nutrients to people.
And who, Karen, would you need, or are you already working with to develop these standards?
We are working to develop the standards. We're working with the British Dietetics Association. The NACC itself have already produced some. We just need to get these as a national standard, not just, oh, well, you can use them if you want,
right,
but there's nothing we can do if you don't. Roz has been doing a lot of work with, don't go back with her and Mike, we'll be here all day, has done some work with the toolkit on Outcome 5, which is incredibly valuable, and if inspectors follow that, then the nutrient standards will follow. So we've done a lot of work with that as well.
Do you think it should almost be it should be legislation like it was in the school sector?
Exactly, yes.
Although we have had nutritional regulations and food standards, and obviously our problem is the double standard of it's not going to be applying for academies, and that's our huge worry. So we've got what we thought was going to be a level playing field, admittedly at different speeds throughout the UK with Wales, Scotland and England different times, but it's now creeping in about the academies, and that's our worry, albeit somebody very quite famous, Jamie Oliver, seems to have obviously latched on that for those who saw Breakfast TV last week, and obviously Linda had an opportunity to speak as well. That is a worry and a huge concern, but also the universal credit. I think that's going to have a huge impact, and how that's going to actually frame up future school meals, who knows?
Do you have any idea, Janice and Karen, what the impact of that of universal credit might be in your area? Because it's quite clear what it could be in terms of free school meals.
We already have personal budgets coming in. Personal budgets, people can go and buy their meals from anywhere. I've heard of things like bookkeepers doing a lunch for the people that want to go and spend their money down there, and they can use their personal budget to buy lunch. They can go to the local cafe, they can go to pubs, anything like that. I'm not against anybody having it, but the calorific value on things, getting the calories right. Following on from Jamie, everybody must have heard about the Hairy Bikers, Hairy Meals on Wheels. What a name! We were asked to comment on some of it. We did some work with them. But if anybody had actually watched the series, you'll see how they actually couldn't make it work for a Meals on Wheels service. They were actually making it, and I apologise to anybody if I say this wrong, is it Slaithwaite or whatever? They were making it work one day a week with some volunteers. you know, we need that 365 days a year. So it's not as easy as they thought they could. And I'm sure you had the same with Jamie.
That's right.
Yeah, we have got a question. Simon?
Sorry.
I'll get there in the end.
3 women down here.
Without being controversial, because I don't wish to be, why do we not all join together and lobby as one group? If you look at all the different organisations that are attempting to lobby government on behalf of the public sector, we get swatted away because we are small voices. It's quite interesting the point that you've just made about wanting to protect the meal times. We've already been there and done it via LASA in trying to get recognition for the lunchtime within schools. And we got swatted away with it's down to local decision at local level, which is no doubt what they will say to your good selves in the Hospital Caterers Association. But surely if we all got together and lobbied government as one united catering industry, representing all of the individual associations, it's a much bigger, much more powerful voice.
David and Andrew can come forward as well.
We do have another question from the back.
Yeah, actually it follows on very nicely. I was going to make the same point. I work for Tetra. We've been working with LASA to lobby Parliament, and we're it's a new partnership, so I've learned an awful lot today about the wider public sector. And one thing that strikes me is that we're talking about the Department for Education, the Department of Health. We've got DEFRA speaking shortly. We're talking about sports, so that's culture, media and sports. We're talking about universal credit, that's work and pensions, DCLG when we're looking at care homes and things like that. So actually I was wondering if it's maybe that everyone here needs to call for, you have a drug czar when that's the problem, or a czar for business or whatever it might be. Should there be one person who the public sector can go to that is the representative of government on behalf of all these issues? Because what we find is they say, you know, school meals, that's education. Well, it's not really. It's health, it's physical exercise, it's everything else. And so I think the problem is that government isn't united, and that's something that LASA is calling for. And I think that's something that, as a big group here, that's the one thing everyone's got in common is they're after securing well-being. So I think maybe we need one person that actually has responsibility for that specifically in Parliament.
It sounds like a good idea. It would certainly encourage the joined-up thinking that we're always hearing so much about, but we don't always see being put into practice. Do you have any? Would you support?
I think it's an excellent idea.
Such a person, yeah.
I mean, I had a health and well-being minister or something. At least we've got some voice. It's so complex from the point of view of public sector with all the varying areas we're covering. But then it's so frustrating, as Catherine's already said, to try and you've got one department for one thing, one department for the other. It's quite clear this morning with Richard. I mean, it was the public health agenda, but no thinking about the education and the health of children. And then, it's as if they're in separate silos. Sorry, you know, in Wales we're not wonderful, admittedly, but I mean, I think they do talk to each other behind the scenes. It's quite evident this morning they did in the English government. I think, you know, there has to be some joined up thinking. So, on the lines of perhaps somebody should be representing the health and well-being, you know, as a minister or government. That would make life a lot easier, I think.
Very much so. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Owen.
Yeah, thank you. Owen Sidaway, Prison Catering Service. What we're talking about here is a common voice. I like the panel's views, if you like, on a complete standardisation of public sector meals. And what I'm talking about there is a commonality of recipes, a commonality of menu, and a commonality of portion control, and that should give you a commonality of price. Because if we are talking about one voice, then we've got a standard requirement out there, whether it be government or individual agency or departmental requirement. One way of tackling it would be to have a common outcome, and I just would welcome your views on it.
Certainly an idea that potentially would offer some savings. Got any views?
There is some merit in that. Then on the other hand, we're kind of dealing with different types of like groups, you know, even within my own area, you know, like the portion sizes for children has got to be different from a general adult, depending even in wards, or to the care of the elderly wards. So there's kind of 50-50.
Yeah.
But surely when they wrote nutritional standards, they could have written it for an entire life. We've already got it for nursery schools, we've got it for primary schools, we've got it for secondary schools. We could have written it all the way through. Yeah. We stopped at that. So there is some commonality in there. But I appreciate not across the whole thing. I mean, price is very difficult. As you pointed out yourself, if you've got a hospital with, I don't know, 2,000 beds in it, one kitchen, one manager, the price in there will be different to a small cottage hospital that's got 80 beds and a kitchen facility. But there are areas of commonality that could have been carried through if we had joined up thinking and we'd all gone together with that one voice. And it goes back to, again, talking about protecting meal times. Shouldn't we be protecting the mealtime experience in every aspect of what we're doing? Across schools, across prisons, across hospitals, etc.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing we've tried to work on in the care homes. We've heard of cases of people coming in at lunchtime and doing people's toast underneath the table. We've had people taken away from a meal because the doctor hasn't got any other time to see them. So we need to protect meal times as well. And with the meal service, yes, somebody comes in to heat your meal up, but it doesn't mean they're going to toilet you, do everything else that they need to at the same time. So again, we look at protected meals as well.
I think from the length of the lunchtime in the primary schools and the secondary schools are usually okay, but it's the secondary schools. And I can give you an example. I've got a new school, well, it's under consultation. It's a new one, 1,600 pupils plus adults and the teaching staff. And the architects plan to put one kitchen in, plus I think a baguette bar for sixth form only. There's nobody else to use it.
And about 20 minutes for lunch.
And 20 minutes for lunch. And I'm thinking, hang on a minute. But I think what you're up against then is finance again, and you know it's the money side. So hopefully I can do a bit of influencing on that one. But yes, they don't see. I think from the primary schools, we try and certainly secondary schools, I think we do try and promote that the lunchtime period is the 9th lesson. And I think that's what the message we try and say, that it's not a case of just rushing them through and getting fed quick and out. It's the social skills and it's the learning and the interaction between the pupils as well. And I think that does get fogged up in terms of the finance and how much things are costing.
I can see there's a bit of a theme developing here that looks like there's some sort of good material for us to take forward and work on here. The suggestion of a public sector food SAR, protected meal times that seem to have a relevance across a number of different sectors, and the food standards that in particular that Karen's very keen that we sign up for. How are we doing for time, Andrew?
One more question?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Jeff Booth from PACE. So I'm interested in all the education aspects that you've been discussing today and how we can relate that. And not only in primary schools or secondary schools, but also in colleges as well. I think one of the things that the Public Sector 100 could really get behind is looking at how we get these, nutrition, performance, behaviour, all the sort of stuff we've been talking about today, onto the agenda as a sort of separate educational bit, so it's not lost in some grand title or it's not buried within some other qualification, but it's discussed for its own merits, because nutrition, what you've been saying, and I've been talking to various people today, is vital, and yet we don't seem to be able to get it onto the agenda for so that action is taken. But my question relates to the McClellan report that you mentioned. Is your fear that the local suppliers will miss out because the McClellan report is recommending things purely on a price basis?
It's when it gets into the procurement. What the McClellan report did was actually raise the profile of procurement in all wards, and the procurement legislation means when you go out to tender, you have your sort of the percentages split up. It's usually maybe 50% cost, 30% quality, 20% price, or that's what you agree beforehand. And at the tender evaluation, if all the suppliers can show that they'll give a satisfactory product, they pass, they all get the 30 points, in same with the service. So ultimately it comes back to price.
Because I mean, if everybody's going on about localism and community and the benefits to, supporting your local community, it should be that local suppliers benefit and help the local community, shouldn't it?
And of course the whole procurement legislation is that you cannot, in a sense, score extra points for being local. That's besides having done my master's dissertation, there is various definitions for what local means. It can be your region, it can be your country. Local can actually mean Europe if it comes down to it.
And time. So, there's one thing that I was discussing with Andrew at lunchtime. I've been talking about it for quite a long time, and it's looking at the issue of healthy eating and just turning it a little bit on its head. And I think what it would do would encompass everybody in this room, and instead of healthy eating, it's eating for health. That would encompass everybody here, no matter what sector you're in. Although we have different standards, the whole umbrella of it would be eating for health.
Sounds like a good strap line. Thank you very much. I think we're ready to wrap up now. Thank you very much to Janice, Karen and Anne. Would you give them a round of applause, please?
We're now into the last session, and my challenge is to get you all out of here by 4:30, half an hour early. So we're just going to move the discussion on a little bit and bring in sort of something we have touched on quite a few times today, sustainable food procurement. We've got a couple of speakers who have kindly come from DEFRA. Georgina Collins, who will be starting the presentation. Georgina is part of the Food Policy Unit at the Department for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, leading the Reconnecting People to Food agenda and policy on the sustainable public procurement of food, of which public sector has obviously got to be a leader. Then Tom Stafford will be taking over. He's the Food Policy Advisor at DEFRA. Tom is part of the Food Policy Unit at DEFRA, leading on the government buying standards for food and catering and public sector food procurement. So working, I guess, with Georgina very closely based on those descriptions. So I will pass over to them. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you for inviting us here to speak today. We've been invited to come along, and talk about government buying standards for food and catering. However, we did think that would be useful to kind of set the context of the broader sort of food policy issues and interests, including the current government's approach to food policy. So I'm going to give this sort of broader policy context now, and then Tom's going to do a bit of a presentation to cover government buying standards and where that fits in. So, okay, well, food is a big story. It's a topical issue. It's very emotive. It feels like not a day goes past without there being some kind of food story in the press, especially for us who have to respond to them. It can be in the headlines for both good reasons and bad reasons. We get good news stories about growth and new jobs and innovation in the food industry, but then we also get our fair share of bad news stories linked to rising food prices, particularly at the moment, and then stuff to do with health and diet. Plus, we've got a huge obsession with celebrity chefs and cooking programmes and cooking TV channels now as well, and cookery books. We love food. We love eating it. Some of us love cooking it. Lots of us love watching other people cook it. But this is the world we live in. And the question is, do we have a healthy relationship with food right now? One thing's for sure, out of 7 billion people in the world, something's not quite right. Quite a large proportion of us, so... Sorry, got the slide, did that. Also, currently there's 7 billion people, but the population is projected to hit 9 billion over the next 40 years. That's, another 2 billion people to feed. How are we going to do that? How are we going to have enough to eat? What will they eat? Will there be enough to eat? Will there not be enough? Or will there be just the right amount? So why is government interested in food? we believe everyone should have access to affordable, nutritious food to enable them to have a healthy and active life. But access to food and how much it costs depends on where you were born and where you live. As you can see, this slide pointedly shows the difference between a week's worth of food for a family living in Chad and a week's worth of food for a family living in Western Europe. I think there's a German family there. There's a huge difference. But what we spend on food in the West has actually been going down, as you're probably aware. So over the last 50 years, this slide shows what proportion of our income, household income, is spent on food and how that's gone down dramatically. However, for poorer families, it's a different picture, especially for those in parts of Africa, like the family in Chad that we just saw. As well as cost to us, food also has a cost on the environment, and we also need to consider the global impact of what we consume in the UK. This slide shows greenhouse gas emissions for the UK. And the stuff in green is the emissions in the UK, and the rest is our emissions in the rest of the world. So whilst UK emissions aren't that bad, have been going down in terms of agriculture and food production, our impact and footprint on the rest of the world is high and increasing. So what's going on? Where is government involved? This is just a list of all the sort of areas where government is working on food. You know, as well as greenhouse gas emissions, there's lots for us to think about. In DEFRA, in particular, we think about farmers and are they getting a fair deal in the UK, and do they provide jobs in rural areas? The role that they play in the local economy. Do producers across the world get a fair and sustainable price for the food that they produce and that we import? Are we providing honest, clear food labelling? There's food safety issues, wildlife issues. Is our countryside really being looked after by farmers? What's the impact of British farming on our countryside? And are we confident that the current generation of children will be educated and know how to not only buy nutritious food, but to cook it and go on to grow up and pass on those key skills to their children? That's kind of what we're doing in the UK, but there's a bigger sort of global picture, which I don't know if any of you are familiar with the future of food and farming, but this was the Foresight report that was published in January this year, and it takes a look at all the sort of big major issues on a global scale, looking at what are the challenges and choices in terms of sustainability for not only the UK but for the world. It was a substantial 2-year programme, and it commissioned over 80 scientific reviews, involved over 400 leading experts. It's the stakeholders from 35 countries. It was, it's a very big piece of work, and it's something that we're now looking at responding to within the UK and making sure we deliver our commitments under Foresight and the recommendations there. Climate change, we talked about greenhouse gas emissions, so the impact food has on climate change. Climate change also has an impact, obviously, on food production. Drought isn't new. It's something I think is very topical at the moment. There was an announcement today that the southeast and eastern England is still in drought and is likely to continue to be. So what does this mean in terms of food production, agriculture? We know that agriculture uses up about 70% of the world's water supply, fresh water supply. When you've got a population increasing, can we really sustain that much water use for agriculture? The challenge is obviously something that we're familiar with. It's about balancing future demand and production sustainably. It's about meeting the needs of today without jeopardising, compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs too. And so in the context of needing to feed more people, and with an increasing number of people moving to a higher impact diet like ourselves in the West, we need to think hard about how food is produced, distributed and consumed. And we also need to meet the challenges of low emission world. Obviously, we've got the greenhouse gas emissions, we've got waste. Food waste is an area of huge concern. And resilience and adapting to climate change, so looking at future agriculture and farming methods, and also making changes to our diet and consumption patterns. So our health as a nation, food has a huge impact. It should be good for us, but not all of us eat the right things all of the time. In 2008, in England, there's 25% of people aged 16 or over were classified as obese, and this is set to continue to rise. And I think, there's been a lot made of it in terms of the fact that we know there are people in other parts of the world who are malnourished or are going hungry. And what are people doing? Despite a rather big campaign on 5 a day, we know that people are still not eating enough fruit and vegetables. And actually, in lower income families, the amounts are much lower as well. Families, we don't tend to eat together. We think sitting down for dinner is a bit of a distraction. Quite a lot is made of this in the media. Growing number of families don't even own a dining room table. What does that mean in terms of our future relationship with food? Affordability, this is a huge issue at the moment. There's lots of media coverage about food prices going up. And whilst food is generally seen as cheap, we know there are obviously disproportionate impacts on lower income families. So most people are spending more on food than they were a couple of years ago, and a lot of people are worried about that. It's causing a lot of family stress. People are trading down, people are opting for cheaper products, people are looking at promotions and changing where they shop and how they shop. There are some positives, I guess. People are claiming to be wasting less food. They're planning their meals better. They're freezing food, using up leftovers. But most people are finding budgets are being squeezed. So although food prices are going down, the figures we have on this graph only go up to 2008. And so actually, more recently, the proportion of expenditure spent on food has actually risen. So figures for 2010 show that now it's over 11%. And for low-income households, the figure is as high as 15.8%. We've seen an increasing number of food banks and other community initiatives being set up to provide, to reuse surplus food, but also to provide food to those who are vulnerable and where it might be needed. And government has a role in terms of providing information and advice on how to access affordable and healthy food. We've also got price volatility, which is a real concern for consumers, and it's a threat to confidence in terms of how much produce should cost, and we need a clear strategy on how to handle the issue. Food is a global area, it's a global issue, so spikes in food prices affect everyone across the world. We think these are the principles that are key in terms of trying to manage price volatility in the market. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Tom, who's going to go through in terms of government buying standards.
I think that's given us an idea that there's a lot of challenges in the world food system. And as the Minister has said, and as is quite roundly pointed out in the Foresight report, we can't go on the way we are if we're going to meet the challenges of the next century. Our priorities in the government and DEFRA is, we need to take a whole food chain approach to food and farming issues. The food and farming sector has to play a role in economic growth, and DEFRA has a role to play in that too. On this Tuesday just gone, we published the Rural Growth Review as part of the Chancellor's Growth Review, and we'll be looking at now how we join that up with our own policies within DEFRA as well. The Task Force on Farming Regulation, which looked at the regulatory burdens faced by English farmers and food producers and the wider industry, That's recommended ways of reducing regulatory burdens, and we need to promote a huge increase in energy from waste, including from anaerobic digestion. And we also need to ensure that food procured by government departments is procured to UK or equivalent standards, wherever we can do that without increasing our overall costs. Another thing that we're very concerned about, and so are consumers, is honesty in food labelling and making sure that consumers can be confident about where their food comes from and its environmental impacts. And this is really why the food chain is so important to our overall plans for growth. It's a big industry, and it's why everyone in the food chain, from farmers to retailers and from caterers to consumers, has to take it seriously, and of course we take it seriously too. These are some of the highlights from the action plan that followed the foresight report that Georgina showed earlier. We need to have an integrated approach to food security. We want to take forward actions from Nagoya on biodiversity and understand and promote the importance of sustainable intensification. We want to keep pressing for trade liberalisation and CAP reform that we started, well, it's been going on for a while, but we've been pushing that especially since the last election. And we want to showcase best practice on waste reduction and aim towards a zero waste food industry. And we want to drive productivity, sustainability and competitiveness in the UK food chain, making it a clear leader in our overall green policy. Food security can't be delivered from a narrow and self-interested protectionist stance. We operate on a global stage, and it's not going to be delivered by self-sufficiency. Our food security depends on access to world markets, and our domestic food industry needs to be able to compete on the world stage too. Supporting exports of UK food and food products will help rebalance our trade position, and our food businesses need to continue to innovate and find new markets competing on the world stage and offering the best quality and the best animal welfare anywhere in the world. And people are interested in food. Georgina mentioned earlier that we have an interest in this subject overall. When people are given the opportunity to take food seriously, they respond positively. We know that allotments are much more in demand now than they were a few years ago. People are growing and using fruit in community orchards. We're expressing our interest in food by buying and occasionally even using the latest celebrity cookbooks. And despite the squeeze, we're still interested in regional and speciality foods. There's a great opportunity to tap into all this enthusiasm. The government's role in growth and competitiveness in the food industry is on this slide. We want to help farmers and producers optimise their productive efficiency. We need to encourage entrepreneurship in the decisions that businesses make by cutting red tape. We need to make sure that consumers can create the strongest market pull for sustainable products that we can. And we need to encourage structural changes to facilitate business turnovers. Other things that we're doing, specific actions, are the grocery code adjudicator that you've probably heard about, making sure that a fair deal is had by UK producers and farmers, making sure that all the relationship through the supply chain are fair, and they seem to be fair. We need to be taking unnecessary red tape out of the food and catering industry. The government needs to be seen to be leading by example, by the government buying standards, which I'll talk a bit more about later. And we need clear, honest labelling that consumers can understand and that can contribute more to the value. So we need sustainable intensification, a fair and transparent food system that meets the needs of everyone now and into the future. We need to be food literate to be able to buy and prepare healthy food that isn't going to kill us or make us unhealthy, food that doesn't conflict with our own ethics on animal welfare, and doesn't leave our soil, seas, forests and farmlands impoverished. And we need the right amount of food going to the right place at the right time. You'll have heard these 3 ways that the government wants to work and wants to influence people's behaviour. The government's role is to lead by example, not to deliver every single policy in every home, school, hospital or community. The people who know what the needs are, what the local capacity to deliver to those needs is, and what local people and families and communities really want are those people themselves. We believe that the government needs to get out of the way sometimes and allow people to find solutions to the challenges that face them. But the government does have a job. Government needs to take account of evidence and pull it together and make sure that people really understand the consequences of the choices that they make. And with that good information, we can trust people to make the right choices. Government buying standards take a 3-directional approach to sustainability in the food chain. Sourcing sustainable ingredients, serving healthy food and making healthy choices available to customers, and making sure operations are efficient, don't waste energy, don't waste food, don't waste water, and that waste, when it does occur, is treated responsibly. And the people in this room have got an enormous influence on this. A few years ago, school dinners, as we know, were not a national treasure. Now it's unrecognisable. Quality has been transformed. In thousands of schools every day, students are getting very high quality food from unbelievably low budgets that undercut even the cheapest supermarkets. I've heard 57p spend. We'll get the ingredients for a well-presented, nutritionally balanced food in the school. And it's what your buyers do every day. It's been called a school food revolution in the UK, and it's what you've delivered. In the public perception, of course, it's the government that supplies food to the army, to schools, to prisons, to hospitals, and of course to ourselves, to the government departments here in Whitehall. But in fact, we don't. The people in this room and your colleagues deliver that food. When I go to my staff restaurant in Defra, I'm not served by a public employee or a civil servant. The kitchens don't get paid by the taxpayer, and it isn't managed from Whitehall. And it's the same with the school food revolution. It's been delivered by people working directly to local government, it's been delivered by small local firms, and it's been delivered by big multinationals. Everybody has a huge part to play in this. And it can't be overstated how important this is in the current situation. So the government buying standards are mandatory for central government. They've been around for a while. They apply already before food was brought in to furniture, IT equipment, transport, fleet, cleaning products, as well as another number of other sectors. The point of GBS is that the government leads by example. So the government is seen to use its own purchasing power to help drive our policy objectives. They set a common baseline, and we still have to, because we still have to allow procurers to go to the market with the ability to find the best deal. Government buying standards are thoroughly tested to be achievable whilst still getting value for money. When we were setting up the government buying standards, we went to the food industry and we asked what they wanted from the government buying standards, and one very common theme and strong theme was that people wanted a consistent sustainability message. They didn't want every single school, hospital and government department to fly off in a different direction on sustainability, but at the same time we were told quite rightly that firms and caterers needed to be able to establish their own identity when they were bidding for government and public sector business. So the government buying standards are designed to be straightforward to apply. Many of the standards you'll find you're already meeting, and they can be built on. And treating government buying standards as a baseline, caterers and your customers, your suppliers, can just go just as far and just as quickly as you want to, meeting the needs of the local people you serve, the customers, and even looking to local businesses and the local economy to make their offer special and distinct. There's a lot of help and a lot of advice out there. These are just a few. Or you can just do your own thing with your own expertise and experience. Government buying standards for food is new. We launched it in June this year. It came into force for central government in September. We need time to develop it and to bed it in. And I'd ask all caterers and all you in this room not to look for ways around it or look for things that don't work, but to look for ways to embrace it and to find opportunities and to see how good you can make it and how we can build on it. And what we can offer, we hope, is recognition for the efforts that people make, that caterers make in sustainability, and a platform to build a sustainable and cost sector catering tradition that makes sustainable catering the norm and unsustainable, unimaginative, unresponsible catering in the cost sector the exception. So as I said before, the government doesn't serve me my dinner in my DEFRA canteen. A survey I read recently said that the public do want to make moral choices with food, but also that they expect their people serving them, the caterers, the retailers, to do the legwork for them. You know what your customers want, and the survey said that they expected you to deliver it. And if I was talking to any other group of caterers or procurers or facilities managers, I'd have a different message which would go into a lot of detail about what the criteria in the government buying standards are, etc. However, we're very lucky today to be talking to the leaders in cost sector catering. I think you all know now what the message is and what we have to achieve to meet some of the challenges for the food sector. There we go. Okay. So, all the people in this room, through the teams that you work with, and through your suppliers and your customers, and through your ambition and innovation and risk-taking, will, I think, deliver the change that needs to be delivered in catering. And the message from us today is that if you can't do it, then nobody can. If you are unwilling to do it, then nobody will. But as we've seen in school catering, when caterers set their minds towards delivering huge change, we've seen that it can be quite transformational. Oh yeah, and one last thing. There's no point in leading the field as you do when the field can't see you. So let us know what you're up to. There's some fantastic work already going on that we've seen day after day. So let's not hide it. Keep in touch with us. If you've got any stories to tell that you think the wider public should know about, then let us know. And we'd be delighted now to answer any questions you might have.
Do we have any questions from the floor? I've got one. You've left them all baffled. You talk. There's an awful. Your what's going on slide, Georgina, and then Tom subsequently you went to all of them. Loads of issues, loads of challenges, no money to be able to achieve those challenges.
That's one of the challenges.
Yeah. You know, it's. We've talked a lot today, and this is why we're here. Really, is because everyone wants to hit nutrition standards. Everyone wants to buy from the right places in a sustainable way, and all the rest of it. But you can't do it with the kind of budgets that are being reduced across the whole of the public sector. What are you doing as a department to try and drive to make sure that the money is there for people to be able to deliver these things?
Well, in terms of the sort of general public and consumers, the role of government is seen as being able to provide advice on what is nutritionally healthy food, how to make use of and afford the food and affordability issues. Government has a role in terms of providing advice so people can make informed choices, but we can't tell people what to eat. But it's very difficult because we know that the price of fruit and veg, for instance, has come down, and actually the highest rises are in products which probably are less healthy, or not that they're less healthy, we probably already consume too much of. So the dairy, the meat, and those sorts of products. So it's a little bit about educating people that they might need to adapt their diet slightly, and actually by doing that they might end up with a healthier, more nutritious diet. And that's kind of where the work that Department of Health had done on the Live Well plate, the Eat Well plate, and then WWF have done on the Live Well plate comes in. So it's about providing the information and the tools for people to make those choices themselves. But it's not an easy time. No. We know food prices are going up, we know that everything's going up, and we know that people are feeling the squeeze. So it's something, we regularly monitor food prices and household spend on food. So it's something that we're very aware of.
And I just add, nobody in government understates the seriousness of the financial situation. I just take an example of our canteen in Defra, which is being excellently run by a multinational. But it's a very hostile environment for them to run a canteen because their customers are taking quite a big pay cut, because any subsidy that was there before has been removed, because food prices are going up and their ingredients costs are going up. And we, as a government department, are demanding sustainable food. So I'm not going to say it's easy. It is a challenge. However, one thing that you can do, that we can do, and we can offer a platform to do, is to share and distribute ideas and practice that have worked. And whilst it's very difficult to deliver all this within the budgets you have, we have seen examples where some people have found ways to do it. And if we keep sharing that information, then I'm sure that there is progress that we can make. We're not going to get rid of the challenges. We're not going to get rid of the budget cuts. We're not going to give anybody any more money, because there isn't any. But we can find ways to improve sustainability by sharing information and sharing practice.
So do you have case studies on, say for example, a school that is achieving all of these challenges within their budget?
Well,
and how they're doing it?
There are case studies that we know about, that we've looked at, and we want to do more work with them. As I say, the government buying standards are a fairly new thing. They came into place in September. But when we talk to organisations such as the Food for Life, they'll say that there are ways of sourcing ingredients locally sometimes, and just paying a little bit more care and giving a bit more love to their catering procurement, and they can find ways to do it. Again, I've spoken to a number of procurers who tell me that there is quite a range of costs between different schools and between different local authorities. So one of the first things to do would be to share the practice of those who are doing it best, and try and get that across the rest of the sector, because there is quite a broad range. I think I'm sure you'll agree.
I'm sure that we would be perfectly happy to give you a media platform in order to communicate to these guys those examples, because I'm sure you're desperate to see how it is being done. So.
Yeah, we're looking at providing case studies and things for various publications, like Public Sector Catering magazines and things like that. Obviously, there's been some recent stuff on the sort of hospital catering side, but also we'd like to do some more work on schools as well. And we're looking at doing that and looking at how government buying standards can be applied in schools, and what the barriers and challenges might be, and what the opportunities are as well. So I'd definitely be interested in that.
And what the cost implications are. We're not going to ask the impossible, but we are going to ask for something that's challenging.
Any questions from the floor? I've just got one thing for me, and this is not so much a question for you, but for everyone to think about. One of the big problems we've got in the world at the moment is the increase in food prices, which is, some down to the economy and changes in the economy, but a lot has got to be down to population growth. How the hell are we going to get out of this economic sort of downturn if we're going to see nearly 15-18% growth in world population? and the impact of that on a scarce resource, i.e. food, is going to be massive. So how are we going to cope in 50 years' time? How are we going to be coping with this situation? I just can't see how it will. How the maths don't add up in my head in terms of our ability to be able to feed that many people.
I mean, I don't think people think that there isn't enough food now. It's just not necessarily in the right places. So as we saw on the slides, we know that there's 1 billion people who are going hungry, but there's 1 billion people who are obese. So it's kind of, how do we get that access, get the food in the right, in the right places for the right people, and that's kind of what's having to be discussed on a global scale. So at G20 meetings and things like that. So it's something that the UK government is working on with others, but it's, we know how much food is wasted. Somebody said something ridiculous, 2 million apples are thrown away every day in the UK, and you can't even imagine how much space 2 million apples would take up. So there's a lot that can be done, and we know we're far from perfect in terms of what we're doing as consumers, as well as because we're all consumers. But I think those discussions and those talks and that planning is happening. But yeah, it's a challenge. It's definitely.
It is, and of course it's up to the leaders in every single sector, whether it's catering or retail or production. It's up to the people who lead those sectors to find solutions to these problems, not to government, because we're not the experts.
So waste management is down to
our job is to enable, to get rid of bureaucracy, to reduce red tape as much as we can, and to offer the opportunities to change.
Yeah, and I think our role is also facilitating between different groups of people, our stakeholders, so between procurers and retailers, and building those relationships and removing any sort of barriers that are being experienced that are kind of skewing things. So that's sort of the role we have. And then also providing the information, the research into innovation and technologies and things like that.
I certainly think out of today's discussions you'll be hearing a lot more from us. So, does anyone have any questions before I ask David to sum up what we've been talking about today? Yeah, one at the front here.
I was just intrigued, Andy Jones from the Hospital Caterers Association, I was just intrigued that you mentioned the 2 million apples, but surely that we could ask you to go back to government and say to them is, well, how can we get those into the food chain? Because you've had the Channel 4 with Jamie and Co about the fish, and it's the red tape that governments have created that are stopping us buying that fish. So how are you going to help us get hold of that fish into our supply chain so we can make things cheaper and buy local?
Well, in terms of the Great Fish Fight, there's a lot of work being done. I can't say I'm an expert in terms of fish procurement, because that's obviously done by another part of DEFRA. But there's a lot of work that's been done to take forward and to promote those fish which have been discarded, and to get those other species into the food chain, like you say, and working to promote those. So obviously the government buying standards for food has criteria in terms of fish. One of the criteria is that fish should be 100% sustainable, so we take into account the various advice that's out there in terms of sustainability of fish by species. There's also work that's been going on with the fish markets about increasing the sale of those sort of less attractive fish in those markets as well. So there's various things going on, and of course, Hugh, Fernley, Whittington and crew, we've seen that the consumption of mackerel has started to increase and things like that, and loads of local fish and chip shops are proudly part of the Great Fish Fight and that sort of thing. So there's a role for government in educating consumers about fish stocks and what fish is available and what they can, but also with celebrity chefs using their power and influence to show what you can do with those fish and how you can make tilapia curry and things like that. So I think there's a lot going on, but we also rely on that fish being available in the retail outlets too. So, but we can encourage that. We can't enforce it, but we can encourage it definitely.
Can I give you an example? Last Friday, I went to my staff canteen at the top of Nobel House on Smith Square, and I had the best fish and chips that I've had for years, and it was pollock. And I wouldn't have thought of doing that. And that happened because our caterer looked at the government buying standards and looked at its sourcing of fish and decided that pollock was a goer. And it tried it out. It tried it out a few weeks ago, and it did well. So now it's doing it again. That's a big change. That's a big change from going from haddock, from fisheries that are on the brink of being in serious trouble, to going to a type of fish that people don't want to use unless it's in cheap fish fingers, and actually using their skills to serve up excellent quality food from sustainable ingredients. And that has to happen in every single retail outlet and every catering outlet in the country, and that has to happen day after day. It's not just what government does, it's the message that we try to put out to lead, but it's what caterers do every day that's going to make the real difference rather than what we do.
I'm Paul from Lisa. Just a question from the rural point of view of farmers. And when you see slides, when you're seeing all these billion of people undernourished, etc., why is it that farmers are putting and giving grants by government to put land aside when that land could be fully utilised for grains and arable, for example, and cereals for the future? Just, notwithstanding I'm part of a rural community, but I don't think Joe Public can get their heads around why are you doing that? Sort of putting land aside, which could be put to good use for not just this country, but for Europe and for the world.
Yeah, I mean, there's a case of needing to balance the needs of us as a species on the planet, the human population, and also obviously protecting our natural environment and the biodiversity and all those other species that populate the planet too. There are various issues surrounding things like set aside and the whole CAP side of things, which I can't confess to being an expert on. But it's about food production being sustainable, and it's about understanding where food should be produced, where it's most effective to produce it, and where it have the least impact. And I think probably at the moment we don't have that quite right. I think that's I think everybody would admit that, because we've taken rather a blanket approach, and actually the ecosystems aren't like that. Land use can vary, its usage can vary, and its value can vary. So I think more work needs to be done in terms of looking at where we can get the most out of our land for the least impact. And it may mean that you increase agricultural production in certain areas, in certain land types, and you protect other areas. But at the moment, we don't have that sort of overall model. But that's something that, obviously, with the work to reform CAP and all those other areas, it's been looked at.
And set aside is also a mechanism to deliver an amount of flexibility in your production. So set aside does fluctuate in response to market. If 100% of your usable and arable land was being used all the time, you wouldn't have such flexibility. And of course, in terms of soil management, leaving land fallow is still a perfectly valid soil management technique to help it. But you're absolutely right. We need to get these proportions right. And I think set asides have decreased quite a lot over the last few years as well. But it does. I mean, I live in a rural place as well, and you do wonder when you see whole fields that don't produce anything. But then if you look under the soil, you see there's a lot of other stuff going on there as well.
I think it's probably time, if I'm going to get you out of here before 4:30, that we start. Thank you, Tom and Georgina. That's added something, I think, to this morning's discussions and debate. As I say, believe me, you will be hearing more from us in the next 12 months. So we've got your details now.
That's not my number.
I'm just going to introduce David. David's going to spend 2 minutes summing up what we've talked about today and some key objectives and actions that I think have been quite clearly come out of it. And then I'll just have a couple of words at the end to let you know where we're going from there. So, David, do you want to just quickly come up and sum up?
Yeah, well, thank you everyone for coming along today to join us at the start of something that I think is important, not just for our industry but for the country. And as today's speakers have made very clear, what could be more important to us than our own health and the health of our children? So it's good to see everyone coming along today, not just ready to be here, but sounding like they're ready to participate. So that's very encouraging indeed. Before I just briefly outline what I think is the important things for us to take away today, I will just do a very, very quick summary of the context of why today has happened. In other words, how have we found ourselves today as the fattest nation in Europe? It was just last month, Eurostat data came out that showed a quarter of the women in this country, 23.9%, recorded as obese. And before we men suck in our tummies and feel at all smug, we're only just fractionally behind at 22%. And those figures would be bad enough, but you don't need to go back very far. The Black Review, written in 2008 by Professor Dame Carol Black, who's now the National Director for Health and Work, her study showed that between the ages of 2 and 15, 1 in 6 boys and 1 in 7 girls were found to be obese. Bearing in mind that's about 3 years ago, those figures might well be worse today. And what conclusions did she reach in her report? It's worth recalling perhaps her words. She said, "This will be an increasing trend over the coming years unless early interventions are put in place to steer children away from the poor choices that lead to their becoming overweight." So it seems to me that unless action is taken to stem the tide of obesity, and I'm sorry to use the dramatic language, but the facts and figures we've heard today do tend to that view, then the future doesn't look very bright, does it? The British medical publication, The Lancet, published some articles this summer that showed that by 2030, 4 in 10 women will be overweight, nearly half of men. That's less than 20 years in the future. At the time, in 2030, that happens, that means there'll be 26 million obese people in this country. And the facts and figures just keep rolling on. And I stress, though, these are all if current trends continue, and we don't know that they will. And in fact, very much I think part of today's exercise is to say, well, we don't want it to continue. What can we do to stop it? These people won't be fat and jolly. They'll be tired, ill, and unlikely to be working. And obviously, as people have said today, there's huge amounts of evidence to show that obesity and being overweight generally is linked to increased risk of all sorts of unhealthy conditions. Anne Bull came up with a startling figure from her presentation this morning. Something like £50 million of the NHS budget, half of it, will be spent on treating obesity-related diseases. That's a medical bill that I'm sure none of us really want to pay. This morning we had Richard Chenchala, from the obesity team at the Department of Health, gave his presentation. He talked, among other things, about the tension between the economic growth agenda and the health and social care agenda. You can read into that what you like. It seemed to be a little bit of, these are the things we'd like to do, but there isn't really any money to do it with. He believes also that we need more evidence to show the benefits of a healthy diet before any direct action could be entertained by the government. And his point was that in a cash-strapped environment, the question is always going to be, show me how this investment is going to deliver. And that's clearly something I think that we all feel that we need to address today. Sarah Stanner, who in her presentation from the British Nutrition Foundation, actually offered us a fair amount of evidence to support the basic idea that there is quite a good, well-established link between good nutrition and health and behaviour. Claire Morris from Sodexo offered us the contractor's view. Again, coming through from that was evidence that there's investment in diet and exercise makes sound sense for business and society. And our panel discussion with Anne Bull, Janice Gillan and Karen Oliver drew some very interesting ideas which moved me on to our aims and objectives to take away today. The lifetime nutrition standards, the idea that we draw up a set of standards that don't apply up to the age of 18 when people leave school, but continue through life and have a relevance across a whole range of sectors. The idea of protected meal times. Now, before today, I had always assumed that this was very much something that hospital caterers were concerned about, but didn't really have too much relevance for anyone else. You've changed my mind completely there. I mean, I can see the case for in the care catering sector. Obviously, schools, it's important there when the lunch times are shrinking, and you can imagine that in prisons too. Protected meal times, that also sounds like a very good, worthwhile aim for us to be looking at. And the suggestion also came up, which seemed to meet with a fair amount of approval around the room, the idea that we should be calling for, well, I've put down here, health and well-being SAR. One person that, as public sector caterers and representing the industry, we could go to, rather than having to wonder quite who we should be speaking to, and it could end up being 6 or 7 different people in different ministries, and as people made clear today, they're not always talking to each other, so you're not really sure that your message is getting through to the right people. How can we go about doing that? Well, I talked earlier about the research, the call for research, and as became clear through the day, the fact that a lot of this is available and out there already. It hasn't necessarily been collected and collated into one single document that could represent the best of all that's out there. That may well be something that, as a public sector forum, we can look to collect and bring together. The idea that we need to change people's eating habits, that came through loud and clear as well. And I think Karen's strapline there, eating for health, pretty much sums that up. We know the research is out there. We need to pull that together, and we need to be convincing people not so much about healthy eating, but as Karen says, eating for health. And the last point on the actions here is the creation of a single industry lobbying group, a common voice for us all, where it's relevant. I mean, you've all got your own particular concerns, and obviously we would hope to encourage you as a magazine cost sector, but also if there was a more formal forum, support you individually in any particular battles you've got. But where there are issues of common concern, I think there is a very good case for saying we should be working together, getting a bit more bang for our buck, if you like. That's just very briefly what I wanted to say. Thank you again for joining us today. We will be following up on what's happened here today in Cost Sector Catering magazine, in our website. We're launching a Facebook page. There'll be Twitter feeds. Lots happening going out from us, but I hope too lots coming back from you. Any ideas, any suggestions, any comments, any initiatives? We want to get this dialogue moving because I think there's enough evidence from what we've heard and seen today that there's something here that we should really be moving forward with as public sector caterers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. I'm not going to add much to that. I think David said it all. Just a couple of very quick thank yous. I'd like to thank everyone for coming, because it would have been a pointless exercise, and I think I personally have got an awful lot out of this. I think we've got some really clear ideas, really clear ways to go, and we will feed back. We will email everybody on Monday, Tuesday next week. Stuff will be going up immediately onto the website, as David says, and we do want interaction. There's no point stopping now. We've got to actually start to move this forward. On that basis, we will look to do a smaller session. At the moment, it's provisionally booked for February the 29th in a room at Hotel Olympia, so there's plenty of reasons for you to come other than just to listen to us and move this forward, because and those that participate, it's also the day of the Hotel Olympia party, so you can come and get drunk in the evening as well. So, not that that's very healthy or nutritious, but it's a treat, as James was talking about earlier. We may even get him to give us some Ben & Jerry's if we're lucky. So thank you to everyone for coming. Thank you especially to those that have spoken today, because I think it's been really, really, really interesting, and everyone's had something really important to put into it. I'd like to make a particular thank you to the sponsors who have been with us today. I think it's a big step for this industry, this part of the industry, to try and do something like this, and for these guys to be behind us at the start on what is a relatively unclear journey, I think shows their commitment to our industry, and I think we should thank them for that. So have a safe journey home, and I look forward to seeing you on February the 29th, but I also look forward to hearing from you over the next few months. Thank you.